All right, says I'm back. Never know what the YouTube's says I'm back. All right, go get some juice so everybody gets back. Be right back. Yeah, I lost the net again. Imagine that. Right about getting dark time, it says it would. So I think we're back. I've been going on and off all the time. Maybe it's just me. I only lost it for a couple of minutes. What up, Rebels? Breaker. Yeah, I went upstairs and or went over here and switched into my account and I couldn't see it. I was just flipping and I seen it's registering your guys' chat over here, but I can tell it comes across as hang on, we're trying to reconnect you. And I'm all like, damn it. That never works. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't different, and I went over and checked, and yeah, it wasn't different. I was sitting there doing that number. I'm sure all of you guys were. Anyway, about time it was getting good. About time it was getting good. But you know, it's getting dark, so going through the field line, I might lose it again. It's that push interfering with all our electrical shit, and I'm straight up further from the Wi-Fi anyway than I usually am down here. Plus through all the flooring. So I'm more liable to lose it out here. But I lost it up there this afternoon when I about expected to, about 2:30, something like that. Yeah, it wouldn't. Yeah. Kept getting booted. Yeah. So yeah, I blame that on Wi-Fi and current conditions of space. I mean, I haven't looked at it in a couple of hours. Let's take a gander. Turn on the extra fan. Oh, damn. See, China 4-4, 3-8 and 4-0. Right where I wasn't a team. LA's pop. See, they just this is all within the last 45 minutes. How's that girl for you? Yeah, the Caldera, Long Valley. is out there screaming 3, 8, 4. Think about that if Yellowstone was doing that every day, and think about the fact that Long Valley's bigger and more vistas. Yeah, mom's still pushing, but she's starting to cool down, so we're going to start seeing quakes. She's got concentrated food lines. Exciting times. And it's good to understand what's going on. I couldn't imagine some of these people out there actually act, I mean, like scientists actually act like they're confused. You gotta wonder, are they? Just because you're a scientist and a specialist in some field doesn't mean it's not an instantaneous genius prize. I've met these scientists. They're specialists in the field. A lot of simple as that. Everybody likes to specialize in something. I'd rather be a general practitioner of life myself. Try it all a little bit. Over here and over there. Try a little bit more of what you like, you know. I got stuck doing class. Fucking alchemy. Goodness sake. It's it's functional. It's provided my income. I love it. Even though I get hot, but I mean that's a health concern where I gotta fucking take a break. If my God, I'm 3 foot closer to my thermometer, and if it's reading 100 degrees, it's time to fucking slow down. I'm getting too old to be that guy. I'm not over here trying to give myself a heat stroke on camera. So I do like to sit down at my job. I love my job though. It allows me to do that. Like I said, I mean I can work. Look, I've already made 2 bites, right? Two, so that's $20. Ate dinner, sat here for a couple hours and chatted with y'all. I'm fixing to bust out some fucking glass, so let's get going. My ratings, fuck you, Reeble. I made this channel just for you, dude. Let there be no fucking mistake about it. I miss my Reebles. I'm fucking smoking pot with them. Fuck my ratings. When have I ever been a rating freak? Just want to say, get high. We got it going on. Like I said, I don't care who comes in here. I don't care. I haven't blocked anybody on this channel. Just don't make me. That's all. Don't make me do it. Because I ain't making another channel. All right, it's this one and that one. This is my play channel. This is where we can hang out and have a good time. We don't talk about if the moon's spinning. Everybody in here's watched it, understands what it means, and how that means directly that it has already affected us, whether we noticed it or not. It has in a very major way, and it explains an awful lot that's already occurred for the many years, and a lot of people haven't figured out why these things have been happening and getting progressively more insane. Well, that's why, right? So, that alone, just the moon, and understand how that affected us, then I come on in. You start debating me on the fucking if the earth is round or not. I'm going to point you to a video. And if you don't go there and you keep wanting to debate us here without the factual evidence I bring, Regal's going to have to smack the fuck out of your ass with a wrench. That's just the way it goes. And I look out, he's on it. Dan's gonna get himself abused. Yeah, I mean, let it not be said that I haven't given anybody a chance to put their own foot in their mouth. I'll let you speak, and I'll give you a warning where you're either right or wrong. Where we can set this straight in 15 minutes if you just take you over here and debate with the dictionary. Hey, Polly. Yes, we are. Damn straight. Well, I wouldn't like it any other way. You can be you, just don't be a dumbass. That's all I'm saying. Come on, be cool. Where else do you have to go hang out and talk about this shit? You don't want to bring people that don't know what's going on here. You just don't. It's not good for their health. And they may be beginners, they may be looking for answers, but they need to be on a video where they can pay attention instead of listening to everybody and trying to look at the chat and take it all in. It's not like See, and Polly just cuss me back. But Polly, you ain't gave me no reason to be cussing. And the whole Facebook thing is, I mean, look, 18 other hundred people were in my way too, with whatever it was, and it didn't take much. I was looking for excuses to get my feed killed down. I love it. It didn't block me. I love people that I blocked too, but I don't want to yell at them right now. So I'm going to leave them on my list. They're not blocked too, though. We don't need to be fighting. This is my work channel. Chains and whips excite me. Nice, CH. See, now that's a good fucking attitude. I like us. So does your 6-year-old. Yay. So we're out trick or treating, me and my 6-year-old, with Graham and Winona, some friends of ours, and their adopted children. They're walking up, and Seamus walks up and with them, and this, how some houses they got a guy dressed up and he freezes, and then all of a sudden tries to scare the kids. We tried to scare the kids and kind of worked, but not on Seamus. He just kind of like, oh, you're the guy to talk to. Like, and we're walking down, and me and Graham went down there and talk about it and laughing so hard because Seamus, he didn't even know to be scared. He's like, yeah, candy, motherfucker. And so all the other kids were running around, and I said, damn straight. I said, he got on them pimp glasses. He said, he said, trick or treat, bitch, like that, to like Frankenstein. Well, the very next house, this little Asian lady that would have come up to my navel, probably about 300 years old, answers the door, and he says, trick or treat, bitch. I fell down and melted into the sidewalk. My kid loves to cuss too. Oh, yeah, I learned that Halloween. I need to watch it around the little one. And I did forever until he became old enough. And yeah, sometimes I do my own son say fuckity fuck, and I'm like, yeah, boy, fuckity fuck. Come here, let's fight. Got hair on his lip. You seen that? We'd be rolling around on the ground. I get him by that little tickle spot right here, man. You just grab him like this and get that arm in there, and you just right there. He pisses himself if you hold him long enough. It will find the right spot. All of a sudden, your breathing's fucked up. You're like, the dogs are freaking out. Oh, that's when you know you're having fun. Release the hounds on him. God, I love having kids. At least this one. He's a good kid. That one I can. Yeah, it's cute when he tries to fight back. Oh, he get his dad down. Dad's old now. He knows it. Got the smell, that eye of the tiger kind of thing going. I think it's just the dirt. I'm trying to catch him when he's sleeping so I can shave it, see if he loses his. I have theory. It's just every time I look at him, it's like I look at his lip. I'm like, "What are you talking about? What? Where's that dirt on your lip?" So I'm thinking if it was shaven clean, I might be a little less like what is the word? Aggressive towards him. Aggressive. When I look at him, I'll be like, "You know what your hair on your lips say? Though you want to fight?" He's like, "No, I don't." That's how I'm perceiving the hair on his lip. Oh, jeez. It's like, it still gets the same response. He knows it's coming in. It's wrestle time before I'd be like, "Did you hear what the lip said?" He'd be like, "Well, it's, the hair on your fucking lip. Did you hear that? You hear it talking shit? I hear it talking shit." So you might want to shave that. It's going to get you in trouble, boy. God, he has been a lot of fun. He really has. Uh, maybe that's why he doesn't hate, because we do have fun. We have a lot of fun. I really love it. I really do. I know you guys. I'm just saying. I know better than not to with the kid. They grow up too fast, man. I didn't get a chance to raise my daughter, but I didn't get a chance to do anything with her. So I didn't think I smoked that whole fucking thing. I still got half a cigar. I run through a lot less nowadays than I used to. Man, I used to smoke 3 packs of Camel non-filter just a couple of years ago. I finally, like I said, I got out of everything else and just started concentrating on shameless. And everything got easy, so I could go down and now I'm puffing on like a couple of these a day. I can actually breathe better too. Stress level came down because now I'm like the information we got this last year and a half, 2 years, whatever it's been a whirlwind of information and confirmation and amazement and day to day aggravation, but who doesn't have that? And I've come to realize that, honestly, just because I block a motherfucker doesn't mean I'm being an asshole, doesn't mean I'm trying to fucking be mean to them and I don't hate them. I don't hate nobody. I mean, It's time to surround ourselves with people that are willing to look at the moon instead of arguing. I don't have time. That's what I've boiled my life down to. I don't have that kind of time. G1.9 Red Dwarf. I know it's an obscure. Probably honest, she didn't even know anything about the blue sun, or she would have definitely mentioned it. Pretty sure I said I don't at any point think she had the whole picture. I'm not even sure if they were telling her the truth. Although what they are laying out is exactly what I'm watching now. And two, I just didn't know, and you've seen me on Facebook talking about all this time, and martial law is here. I just how many times you hear me or see me say I didn't know how they were going to get us off the couch in the streets fighting with each other. Well, for fuck's sake, they didn't have to, did they? They used the flu season and fear, and now everybody's in medical martial law. They took control of the food supply, and they have the entire population guessing as to why the food is bare on the shelves. No one's put it together yet, and even now, people tell me I'm crazy. There's plenty of food. The crops are fine. Okay, I'm glad they're fine in your neighborhood. I'm hearing different everywhere else, and I'm seeing different everywhere I look. My cow lots are still pretty fucking empty. My corn is fucking insane but beautiful. Granted, there's some of it I've seen, like I said, maybe a half a field would be 4 or 5 foot tall, but there ain't no 6, 7 foot fucking tall corn stalks around here. And that's how they usually look. They sure as fuck don't look 2 foot tall for hundreds of miles like they have this year. Never seen that. 50 fucking 1 years old, and I got somebody over here telling me on my other channel, oh man, the corn's fine. I just don't know how to look at starting as comes with qualified trove of fucking 800 man fucking nuclear warship around that I don't know how to look at. I am so glad these couch potatoes had somebody fighting for the right to speech. They should just talk all they want somewhere else. So you got time for it. Fucking block your ass. Don't know how to look at the moon. You don't come with a NASA link. Argument over. It's one way. If I'm so wrong, let me ask you: should NASA or some legitimate aerodyne have a working model and or state thereof that the moon should rise, wax, roll 180 degrees, and set lane every night? Because that's what we obviously see. Whether it be Eric Briggs's illusion or whether it be field rotation, camera setting, we've already determined that by looking up field rotation, it's a camera setting to tell your camera where to arc 180 degrees in the sky to watch it fucking, and or less, depending on what object you're trying to catch at. It's a fucking math problem. It's nothing. It's telling your camera's neck where you would, and somebody telling you that your field rotation's off is fucking insulting. Because you're not a camera. You know how to turn your neck and look at the moon. This isn't a thing. You don't lay on your back to do this, to navigate. You never lay on your back on a fucking ship to look at the moon. That's fucking. If somebody starts telling you lay on your back, number one, they don't know how to fucking navigate. That's not step fucking one. Well, there's a set time, or there was. There's about 40 minutes added every night to the rise the next night. And that, the time of rise is indicated by the phase, which helps you know what day it is. So you know what time it's going to rise. So you can keep track of these things while you're out at sea. And if your ship gets under attack and you still have motors, some stupid motherfucker like myself could go out and find a star and be like, go that way. And a couple hours later, we'd be at a friendly port. If I pointed the fucking wrong way, we'd be dead. See, this is where my knowledge came in. They didn't teach me like some modern college boy. They made sure I was as distracted as fucking possible when I was taking in all my information. Because I had to be able to do this while bullets were flying by my fucking face, or everybody on that 800-man several nuclear fucking missile ship died. And the enemy could get their hands on those nuclear fucking missiles. I was highly trained to know what that goddamn moon meant. And to have these fucking people come over here and tell me my third level geometry. What the fuck is third level geometry in the fucking first place? And what does it have to do with anything about star navigation? It doesn't. I'm not looking at a 3D. I am looking at a map in my sky. It is how I was trained to fucking look at it. Period. I don't see the stars farther away. I see the fucking stars. So do you. I don't see them any different. I just know what they mean. And now, it's goddamn impossible to fucking navigate with them, especially with the moon. It was a crutch. It would tell you your day, your time of day or night, what day it was, where you are, longitude, without question on the fucking map. North, south, latitude, latitude. Tell your latitude on the fucking globe. I don't mean to say map because we're not flat. It's a fucking globe. I've also sailed from north to south and up and down and around the fucking globe. I've done this. And most human beings haven't. I mean, it'd be different if I had a Navy admiral coming up and telling me, hey, man, give me a link from my naval academy that I missed. Because they never gave me that link. I've been looking for that link for a very long time, and it doesn't exist. So I put $1,000 up for that link. And I figured it would shut people up like Eric Briggs. But it doesn't. He just finds new people to talk to. He could come in here, he knows fully well we're here. He just knows better. He'd get crucified. Instantaneous. I wouldn't even be able to be nice to it. You guys would beat the fuck out of it. It wouldn't be pretty. I just want to send him to scientific reading, emotion is everything, field defined, so he can fucking learn how to read a hieroglyph and understand who he is, and maybe he'll stop lying to people. For God's sake, it ain't too late. There is hope. Don't live for hopeless. The frequency you're on is not pass muster. It's not mine to judge. It's what I'm reading. I invite you to go read the same, please. It begins a scientific news page. I'm sure you've heard it before, Mr. Brooks. But I know you can talk, and I know you agree. I announced this channel on my announcements as he looks. We all know that. He makes videos. I gave you guys the announcement I was going to be on World News, and he was there before the interview, talking about how there's just one sun, and it's an illusion. The moon's getting covered. You saw it. Weird things happened, and a lot of weird things happened even the next morning. And he decided to take my advice and block the guy. Makes mischief everywhere he goes. And is it coincidence that he started having his first problems the night I show up and Eric Brick shows up? I think not. I've had problems with this guy. That's why he's blocked on my Facebooks. And I got tired of fighting with him over here. I'm not here to debate this shit. It's undebatable. If you can't prove the moon's supposed to be doing a cartwheel every night, rising wax, rolling 180 degrees, and weight every night with a legitimate link, then keep looking, because your words are not going to convince anybody that's watched it for decades and was trained in the Naval Academy and lived a life on a fucking U.S. warship shooting missiles, knowing that everybody on board depended on him to know how to read that moon when you've never been on a boat, Mr. Briggs. Bring me a link, not your words. You'll never change anybody on this channel's mind. We're all at least my age or comparatively at least as intelligent enough to understand the mechanics of the moon and how it's not an illusion that it's rolling in the middle of the night every day, because we're all watching it with our real eyeballs, and it's a real moon. It's not an illusion either. I'm not accepting this. Any of your words, you need to bring your read. Or maybe you should ask yourself in your heart, what are you doing? Making homemade videos and lying to people. What are you accomplishing, dude? That would be my question to you. If you really know that it's not supposed to, what are you accomplishing in the big picture, dude? What are you going to write home to make your mother proud of? Did you ever know your mother? I mean, how did you become an air breathing demon? That's my question. Because, yeah, poppy plants are nice. Poppy resins, I have no problems with. But if you start processing that shit, there's issues. It's like the weed. I got issues with that. Poppy juice, I have smoked plenty of fucking poppy juice, but it wasn't heroin. It's poppy juice. Tastes good. Tastes really good. And it kind of gives your high a little bit of a kick of a bell. But that's all it did. It didn't addict me when I was out. I wasn't worried about it. Never worried about it since. So I can tell you this, it wasn't heroin. It wasn't addictive. It was very natural, very light, relaxing. Just poppy juice. And I know it was pure poppy juice. It was untreated because of the source I got it from. very reliable. The plants they were snipping, cutting, they were grown local. I'm not going to say where, names or any of that. Just tell you this much: I'm East California. In a big picture, things I love my home state of California. See, I don't blame anybody for this time of year. Yeah, opium dens used to be the big thing. You know, heroin gradually became popular too. But I can attest to if you're just cutting the poppy and collecting the juice itself is good. It's unprocessed. Um, it did not addict. I did not go through any sort of withdrawals. I had a big enough ball of the shit that I trust me. I know what withdrawals are too. I was just on these for a long time, and it's sticky. It was sticky and brown. It wasn't processed. It was flavorful, and it would relax you. And when I ran out of it, it wasn't a big deal. This is my flavor, that little kick. But, I'm not going to get that again because I'm over here. Big deal. And I didn't go through what I went through when I was a junkie. That's for fucking sure. I thought I was going to die. I was getting off the beat. I was young still. I mean, real young. I wasn't that young, but I was real. I was young enough. I saw this guy's arm fall off. He had a stent in his arm. He used to get that shit, and he got gangrene, of course. And the deciding factor was after he even had that thing chopped off, he had another stent. He left that motherfucker in his other arm. He was in a position where he could hit it too one handed. I saw. I had a vision of I'll mention his name, old Dan, because he's probably dead as fuck. I mean, ain't no problem about it. He's dead as fuck. He's probably. I never looked back. I don't. I wouldn't have a doubt if he died that day. Uh, I had a vision of him trying to shoot up without any arms one day. I was like, you dumb motherfucker, get the fuck out of this while you can. I marched across the country about 3,000 miles, 2,200. I went from Seattle to Danville, Kentucky. Got myself a $25 a week fucking room, shared the bathroom with the hall, went to the keys. Like a motherfucker. Never looked back. I was maybe 22. I don't even remember. About 30 years ago. Haven't wanted to see. Once you make that choice in your heart, man, it's over. It's over. Hi, Sean. I don't know. I haven't seen the movie. I was just watching the sunset earlier. Oh, that golf ball's upstairs. He says, is that Mercury? I don't know. I've never known Mercury to hang out by the moon way over there. That would be kind of odd if it was, because Mercury's real close to the sun. Venus, um, I mean, God, That one's hard to tell. Depends on where it's at in orbit. It's showing up before the sun and after the sun. So it's in the sky longer than the sun, which means that obviously the day sky is flipping too. So there's no real telling here. I haven't looked at it. I'm gonna keep a track, so I'm not sure where it is. You think it's Mars? Is it red? That color? Is it orangey in the sky? It's probably Mars. Um, is it near the moon? I hope not, because it's getting further away from it. Last night, the night before, the night before. I don't know what that would be. Okay, so it's too small for Mars, but it's red. Yeah, I don't know what it is. So what, it's going behind the moon tonight? Is that what you're telling me? I don't know. I have not seen the night sky yet this evening. I wasn't staring at it too long last night either. I went out and made a bearing check. We weren't far off from where we should have been at sunset. Not far. From about 40 degrees to this. Turn on the power on the dipper. The moon wasn't up. And I caught the moon up. It was still behind the trees, so I didn't really get a good look at it. I could see it was north hemisphere-ish and rolling. So I didn't watch it roll. I went to bed after I blew glass. Made a video, two videos. I made two videos after blue glass and I went to bed. So I didn't watch the rest of the moon set. I went to bed. No, this came from your Star app. Those are handy. Those are handy. I don't have one though. I just think they're handy because on Facebook I have a habit of I used to. I don't anymore. Used to go over there and fucking ask people to shoot out their star maps. What's constellations rising, etc., etc., etc. You can see we're off and keeping track of how far off we are from where we should be by using other people's star maps. I already know how to read the fucking sky. Again, I am navigationally trained in the Navy, so I got that star map. So I didn't want it to be coming from me, in other words. So I would be asking my friends, bring your where are we at in space? They'd bring your star maps. I thought it was helpful. It was. But it was just a socialite. Everybody thought it was fun. And it was fun, but I mean, still, they'd go out and fucking tell you who they were voting for. You think when you show somebody we're off orbit, and, they'd have something better to worry about than a candidate that hasn't seen about the fact that fucking holy fuck, this crazy fucker over here just proved to me something fucked up going on, and neither one of these goddamn candidates are saying anything. I'm wondering why. Nobody even puts that together. So it gets aggravating. So I stopped doing it. Shit. Fuck. I'm just gonna make a video. People can't look at it. So I did. I tried. For fuck's sake, I tried. We've had planets on our ass that people are just now noticing for over a year now. How is that normal from what we've been taught? I mean, we've definitely got an inline coming sun driving these planets in. How far was this star and how I don't have these answers. How far was that fucking thing? It was obviously out by the fucking Oort cloud. I mean, well, last year NASA comes up, starts talking about we got a glowing wall of hydrogen on the edge of the solar system. What are you gonna do with that? What the fuck is that? That's a fucking sun, right? They leave it a mystery. We don't know what it is, but boy, it's pretty interesting over there. Mystery, mystery. I see their plan working, and they're telling you like it's laying out just like Kate Davis told me. I've given that play-by-play for years on my Facebook, and all my Facebook friends are still confused about why they don't have food. No, and they want to fight you. No, the butchers are sick, dummy. This shit, real people are dying from this. I understand that. I do. But I also understand what more people are dying from the treatment than the actual sickness. And that's showing up in the dead bodies everywhere. Embolisms, blood in your fucking lungs, permanent damage with the often etc., 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 etc. Down, but I've covered in the previous video. Same debate. This is this isn't even medical fact. It's chemical fact. Pure oxygen will burn your lung tissue, make it bleed. Period. It will kill you. It will not only fucking do that, it will neurotoxin you, cause you to have seizures, blink out, have all these symptoms that we're reading about. We see some doctors coming out talking about it, some nurses coming out and talking about it. It's not just me. I'm a glass blower. I'm just pointing out the dangers of oxygen. Common sense is to goddamn last resort tube down your throat, pumping in pure oxygen in a high pepper. It's going to blow your lung out. It's going to burn you. I don't know. They've got all these patients off limits, so you can't even look at it. You can't monitor what they're going through. And next thing you know, they give you your money. They tell you they died of COVID. A lot of people have accepted that, but there's other people that are surfacing all over that haven't accepted that. Had forced people to give an autopsy on the body. They're showing these damages on the bodies from the treatment. I Lazarus comments. Thank you. God, Sean, you went and did your homework, didn't you? Look, see, that's fucking impressive. I only mentioned it once. I didn't even make a video, I don't think. Did I? Did I put that in? It's hard to remember. I know I did that on a live show. You paid attention. Motherfucker, look at you. Impressive. Fucking Lazarus comments. He knows what the fuck it is. It's so fucking thumbs up, man. Fuck. See that shit, Regal? Some people do pay attention to the things I say. It's amazing. Did you see that look on my face, Sean? I couldn't believe what you were saying. But motherfucker over here's doing homework. Look at you. Yeah, you got an A for the day. Fucking kidding me. That's fucking great. I didn't expect that to ever come back at me. Get it? Lazarus. Good shit, dude. Fuck. Amazing. It did. He just shocked me. Look at this shit. Watch this motherfucker right here. What's he get? What did he get himself? Damn straight. He got a wrench. Motherfucker, look at you. You made my jaw hit the floor, dude. You impressed the fuck out of me. Go do your homework, man. To come back with the Lazarus comment. And I didn't even tell. I mean, just by common sense, he figured out why there's Lazarus comments. Fuck yeah, dude. You're great. Yeah. Uh, I'm very impressed. How often do you see somebody surprise me like that? Oh yeah, 10 points. Shit, man. Perfect 10. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's just one to pop right off with, isn't it? Lazarus comments brought back by Raw. I'm like, oh my god. Well, good. God dang. That's awesome. See, you just smashed my donate button. You beat the fuck out. You took a hammer and beat the fuck out of it. Now it's stuck on donate for an hour. I smashed my own donate button with my jaw. What did this guy just say? Couldn't believe my eyes. Like, oh my god, somebody paid that. You fucking A, man. That's some impressive shit. Because I know that was just a mention of mine in a passing conversation on a live show a couple weeks ago. I don't remember putting that into a video at all. That was one of these that you got that from. Which reinforces the fact that I'm really happy I started this just for that. Because it was getting in the way of the word change. This is this is the Experience People's Club. This is my fucking corner. That's so fucking awesome. Good. And just in case you don't know, hi Kaibo, good to see you. There's a 600-second rule on all trolls if they get out of hand. And I'm blowing glass, which doesn't happen often. It might apply to special people like Mr. Briggs if he decides to come here to just cause him trouble. And it would just be to be causing people to get on him so he could enjoy it, knowing that he was getting under his skin. Just put him up under 600 seconds till I make it back. If someone's in here just acting like a 12-year-old, fuck your mom, fuck this, fuck that, kind of like me, without direction though, block that motherfucker. We ain't got time for that shit. um, yeah, we like our trolls here. Sure, you know that. You've been here. I like to send them to scientific lead just in case they don't know, just in case they missed it. I mean, you gotta hand the dragon their heart before you make them a demon, right? Or an angel. They gotta know. They gotta know. So I try to give them the chance. Cool. Yeah, just do me a favor. Don't block anybody, especially if I'm sitting here. Don't take anyone's comments down unless they're absolutely. You don't even have to take them down. When you block a motherfucker, it'll take them out. All of them. So if they keep going, don't worry. The whole string will disappear when they've been blocked. Everybody can get back to laughing. You know who I hope shows up? Mike Hunt. I haven't seen Mike Hunt for a while. That's my favorite troll. I never blocked Mike Hunt. She just disappeared one day after watching a movie and never came back. Anybody else remember Mike Hunt? Is that just my imagination? But what I think pissed off Mike the most is nobody even mentioned his last name the whole time. That he was in there. we was all getting a kick out of it. I know I was. Oh boy. It's like, look at this guy. It's Mike. Mars is behind the moon. Yeah, it's transit behind. Occulting. Occulting. How many trolls have I had? Jesus. A day, Kristen? A day or total? I mean, come on. You know, this guy named Daz the cameraman has several videos named like field rotation and catfish glass. Go. Daz the cameraman. Oh boy, field rotation. It's haunted me for years. They love that one. I was happy the day I figured out how to make a video about field rotation. And I made it. Field rotation versus reality. Uh, it probably was an Eric Briggs posture. And I think that's probably what upsets Eric the most is he just can't get under the skin because the only way he could really phase me at all, which would really throw a wrench in my fucking forehead. If he came up with an answer, this said my fucking moon should fucking rise wax, roll 180 degrees and set Wayne for the northern hemisphere. Um, like I said, I'd happily pay for it. I'd give him $1,000 for the fucking thing because that would wake up more people than I could. For God's sake, if NASA came out and started talking about how normal the moon flip was, how many people haven't noticed that would just look? I mean, their instant reaction would be like, what? Over half the people on the planet know not everybody's an American. That would negate any and all efforts that they had ever tried to keep people from looking at the goddamn moon. And I've watched them try really a lot more than $1,000 worth of try. They've killed several dozen scientists, closed down observations, planted Department of Homeland Security agents as astronomer professors out in the little colleges. It's crazy. Eat what? Eat guy? No, I'm good. I really. Yeah, I've had severe trolls occasionally, every day. And what sucks is this is my workspace. I try to come in here and give everybody a place to chat. I'm not looking for debate on if the moon's spinning. For fuck's sake. If you haven't seen that and you don't understand how that directly affects us, if you can't correlate that with direct effects that you've been watching and have no idea why, then you shouldn't be over here bothering me. I'm just not going to have it. Where else do you have on in the world to go talk about these subjects? Why would you bring someone with you that would piss me off like that? I would understand you want to wake up your friends, but I've told you not to bring your friends to me. Take me to your friends. It's in my videos. If they're too smart to look at the moon, I would suggest trying to show them now that you have the knowledge. You don't need me. I would suggest showing them the moon first, and then taking them to scientifically person. And if they don't understand it, still, um, you got work to do before you introduce them to me. Because I'm not ready to meet that level of indignantly ignorant person or a big troll. I don't care if you think or not. You might not know him as well as you think you do. Because I have a really hard time accepting this dude. It's common sense. We live on a fucking globe. Our moons doing cartwheels needs to be tilted. And every time I have mentioned it, I give you the look, we used to roll like this. There's a planet. I can't make my wrist go all the way around. We tilted outward, roll like this. This out. But we're still doing the east to west, same roll, same motion. It's just we tilted it. And then you got Maverick over there talking about, oh, look at the fucktard. Hey, the moon's doing cartwheels. Yes, the moon is doing cartwheels because that's what you see. And if you're having a hard time fucking waking somebody up, do you want to actually sit there and go through a third level geometry fucking explanation of planetary physics of why before they've watched it? Who is he trying to wake up? Who's anybody that's talking like that trying to wake up or help? I know it's the goddamn Earth that tilted. I've given you the working models. He's called me crazy over the fucking thing. Now he's over here. I mean, but in the same thing, he gives you the finance people that I've been telling you about, and the fucking network that I've been telling you about, all in the same videos. Why do you think I post this shit up? People bring this shit to me all the time. I'm like, oh my god, this is this back to the thing I've never said. And he's mad about it. Yeah, I've had a few trolls. Where to start? That's just a warm up. How about Blue Kool Aid? You like that guy? What's his name? Wayne's World. Oh, fucking shit. I know it's world something. I don't really give a fuck. I don't care. I don't care. People were ringing to me enough. Well, I've never looked at a magnetometer before, but let's check it out and see what's going on here. Funny, it came out on WSO the very next day after I of Raw on those. And what was his show about that? Planetary sized palladium spaceships. And cool. He had replaced his old science guru. Cool. So they're a fucking hybrid on the show. It's too much for his hands. Enter blue cooling. That's why blue cooling has, I have no idea how many, I'm guessing probably at least 30 times the viewership. Guessing off the top of my head, which means he probably has like 60,000. I don't know. He's 20. I don't know if he's feeding still off of that same network. I see that he is. He's getting paid. His donates. That's how these little satellite channels pop up because they get funded. You hear Bobby rattling off, oh, he fixed Oppenheimer's. I've always told you guys Oppenheimer and WSO and the fucking whole global crew over here are one great big network under the Mossad chief, global dude, ex vice president of which one is it? Paramount Pictures, the CEO of Microsoft International Incorporation branch, the international branch. This is Eric Rose. Got in the black hat. He's been following me around, sending all his people around to me. Look around me. Look, he's still. Something's up with Bobby because he keeps just unleashed. He unleashed on me. He unleashed on Derek and everybody else. I guess Butterfly was too. I haven't looked at all that, but I did post his one where he was mentioning me. Somebody shot to me. I was like, oh my god, you're kidding me. And he did say something about, hey, if you could go over there, I'm tired of hearing Eric Briggs and your fucking stupid moon doing cartwheels. It's not the goddamn moon, it's us. We turned on our side. He's a fucking retard. And I'm all like, some shit. And I'm all like, you gotta be fucking. Yes, Andy. I mean, he's the fucking vice president of goddamn Paramount Pictures, too. I mean, this guy's. Jesus. And there's a whole history there. I made movies. I showed everybody. You know, he's following me around. For God's sake, you know, I'm supposed to just like chill out, and be quiet, or you fucking people are gonna worry about me. I'm like, look, man, it ain't never stopped. So it just gets louder over here. And the more we understand, and the more it's actually kind of backed off, but I'm still wondering what the fuck Bobby's. I mean, I wish he could find some peace. I think Bobby's having a struggle because every time somebody sends me one of these links, he's just on a rant. And it's hard to watch. I really did used to think he was my friend. I made like to tell myself fucking. I mean, I left that whole situation a year ago thinking exactly what he came out and verbalized this last few weeks. And it happened. He's in that net. I kind of got honeypotted for a friend information. And then he comes out screaming, I'm insane after he takes a picture of the fucking planets that he's been screaming at me about, I'm insane about. And talking about the moon and how stupid I am because it's us that told it, even though every time I mention it, it's us that told it caused it. Here's why. It's that simple. So I don't know, man. Like I said, he's having issues. I haven't looked at anything in the last few days of myself on anything other than John. He's made Homebrew's made enough videos to keep me busy. I've been looking, checking out World News Guy. I threw a fit this morning before I went to bed. He had been to the Trump rally to show his daughter. I didn't realize exactly. Yeah. Anyway, we talked. I was like, dude, man, I can't equate with others. So you're gonna have to. And he's like, this hang on, and he started talking to me. He's actually educated, very educated. I understand. His daughter's neat. She doesn't need to know. truth. But my son always has. I just want to let you know that he's very confident and comfortable knowing the president's appointed doesn't really affect him, but he knows who to watch. You know, just let me know. He's only 15. He's doing this. He watched a sitting senator chase his daddy out of the state, trying to get him arrested for something he didn't do, just because he wanted other people to be okay. And he watched me run to a state and make it possible for little kids to medicate with THC and stop the fucking seizure and then walk away from it. Never make it done. He's like, you know, I was like, and that's when we had that talk about soul brothers. I had talked with my son. He totally fucking understood. He lived it. Yes. Well, see, that's where I was at too. I was like, you know, that's like a Palladium spaceship to me being it kind of crosses the line. So Tuesday's interview, I'll have to cancel on that. So I'm not, this, this isn't my content. This isn't about viewership. And it's about keeping this information pure and it's the truth. It's verifiable. And I get it. I get it. I get why he had those. And he told me, he goes, I'll take them down. I said, please don't. Not on my account. No. Just, I understand why you're doing it. It's clear. And it's his daughter. Just taking her around and showing her the political process. That's fine. I can tell, even though he still knows he's hanging on. And I got to tell you, I can't blame him because I hang on to my conservatism. I'll let everybody know it was a Republican senator I chose to work for because I had two Democrats ask in North Carolina after my work became the first unanimous decision in North Carolina history against support curriculum. Um, I had two Democrats ask for it. Uh, I chose Davis. It's conservative. I'm conservative. And I'm more conservative than he is. I don't believe in big government at all. I think that they should stay out of everybody's garden, everybody's fucking lives, unless you do harm. Do harm, you should be dealt with. But there shouldn't be anybody governing us except for mother and father. We're adults. We know what to do. We want our children to roll it happy. And we know the food needs to be delivered. Fucking, what do we need their system for? To deprive people because it isn't profitable? Nobody has to fuck. Never have. And it's something we've allowed them to separate us as a humanity, make us believe we're different people across the seas. It's just not true. I know it is. It's hard to let go of. Look, when you're a veteran, and I've met veterans that haven't put two and two together, but they take a lot of dumbasses. Um, and we go follow orders. It's a simple thing. You need people to follow orders. You're going to have people who follow orders. Period. Your sons and daughters, please follow the orders. To what point, we don't know yet. I know what the plan is to actually hold people where they are because three-quarters of us actually live in the kill zone by the ocean. Imagine that. Port cities and all that. Three-quarters of the population on the globe lives near the ocean. There's an awful lot of fucking room in the middle of the country. You don't hear any alerts or any notices about Long Valley going on. It's because there's 30 to 40 million people out here living. Their county is dead already. I mean, I've given you the projection. It's not an exaggeration. It's about three-quarters of the population, period. And it can be avoided. There's only two causes of death I was given were washed away from dying of lack of drinking water within 3 days. That's why there was 3 day projection, expecting breaking, magnetic braking. The waters are going to come in. We're going to flip. Shit's going to get crazy. And there's no reason for fucking people to die if we just back the fuck up a little bit. Stay off the mountains. I just don't think the mountains are exactly the right place to be. Um, Mountains are not grown like they tell you they are. Mountains are grown from a plasma activity. Um, Seen it in action. Can't remember exactly where. It might have been scientific. Somebody shows electric interaction causes fucking mountains. Like some of the ones we're looking at, big spires. Uh, and also digging out the Grand Canyon. I mean, there's been a lot of goddamn electrical discharges happening on this planet. Just glad Mama's got a torrid or a fucking egg inside where we can go hang out in the moon. Because that made the whole thing better. Yeah, I like looking for all my little constellations, getting a little bearing. It even helps before the moon comes up, of course. Well, Kristen, if you want to, Microsoft CEO addressing Congress about invasive spyware. See who shows up there. Or you could go like this: Derek Bros, Global Witness, in your search bar, and click on his. What is that thing? He makes it himself, doesn't he? Right? He even writes his own Forbes articles. Like, he writes his own Forbes articles. Dispute. Let's go. This guy's not hard to look at all. He doesn't hide. What's the goddamn LinkedIn? Look at his LinkedIn. He'll tell you what he's currently doing. He's still advising for Microsoft. What he used to do, he was CEO of Microsoft International Division. Um, Invasive spyware is his thing. It's his facial recognition that went into Facebook. He was just in the news recently for some kind of tech shit where I'm not even sure. I don't look. You got to start in the Mossad. You don't end in the Mossad. And he was vice president of freaking Paramount Pictures. He's out there wearing a black hat, talking about how he needs donations. After being released 5 years early on a fucking minimum mandatory sentence for high treason and giving away troop movements. Somebody's pulling the man's strings, and they sent him around me for the last 2 years. And I've collected nothing but data on it. And it's on a computer that has a Wi-Fi ripped out because it's, again, the CEO of fucking Microsoft International Division I'm messing with over here. My computer's never going to talk to the internet again. Yeah, I didn't know who he was. I thought he was some kind of Jesus freak. I kept trying to give him the moon. I think 2423, he founded Moon. Kept trying to give him the cuneiform, help him out. And he didn't want my help. He just wanted to get to know me so he could get to send the people around me, which I found myself surrounded by everywhere I looked, like 8 of them, just here all the time, monitoring every movement I made. I started acting dumb real fast. It's Renee's fucking fault. Bitch. She's a troublemaking bitch. I love you, Renee. But it is her fault. I would have never suspected Dick until he came over to my Facebook page and started using fucking spy language against this lady in a great big old fucking "I hate you" rant. Like, who the fuck is this guy? Being an ex-politician's fucking top investigator, I recognized some of the speech, and I got and the first time I came up with, I clicked on it, and I was like, I didn't even click on the video. I'm sitting here looking at him, and I'm all like, no, that's not who I'm looking for. That's fucking Weasel Dick. So I hit it again. The Weasel Dick being this guy that influenced me greatly on do I want to get online or not after I got out of the Navy because he's sitting here addressing Congress. So I did the, and more specific, I was like, well, what did that motherfucker come up again? And I was like, and I clicked the goddamn play button and I heard his fucking, I made a video for God's sake. I made a fucking video, or a couple of Weasel Dick. Listen to what he's telling Congress. He's a fucking Weasel Dick. He's oh yeah, spyware is great. Trust the companies. I'm all like, yeah, I want a computer with Microsoft on it with this guy. Yeah, that's what I want. No, I shunned the fucking internet for 20 some years until I seen the moon flip and had a reason to get on this motherfucker. And then guess who's following me around? You want to talk about creep me the fuck out, dude? I literally had to take my hand and put a hat on him just to make sure in my heart already knew. Because I couldn't believe my eyes and ears. It's like, he's been following me around. He's got his fucking minions around me. The fuck is going on here? And I made a movie. My first one about Derek Bros. And I don't even think I mentioned his name or anything. I just went through pretty much. Did a picture of the Google searches so you could go check it out yourself. Oh my God, everything exploded. Things started happening weird. And I made another video. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? So I went into defensive mode and grew this into an absolutely kind of liked it, but it was way not me. It was just not me. It was too itchy. It was too cumbersome. It was too much. Uh, but it served its purpose for fuck's sake, didn't it? Because I mean, it was very evident. Bobby knew who I was, but I don't think he ever believed who I was. Because once he finally started really seeing my face, I was fuzzy and kind of crazy looking. Do I look like a sitting senator or something? I hope not. I'm not. I'm not trying to. But it makes people obviously loosen up and not even think about what they're doing. And the whole network. Like I said, I made a video of that last one. You're fucking amateurs. I've dealt with worse. I just hope that last time Derek was on, I know I caught him on. I know he's heard the message. I know he knows to go to Scientific Leap. If he's reading hieroglyphs and shit and starting to understand what we're talking about over here, then there's going to be no problem because he's going to start telling his flock, well, guys, you might want to start watching the moon. Forget everything I said and let's go here and check this out. Because here's some truth that's been shining in my eyes. You can hope, right? You can hope he's got a bunch of followers, for God's sake. I can't go over there and help. I kind of liked it. Well, I've been the kind of guy I don't like public anyways. So it kind of helped. Nobody really wanted to talk to, no matter what. To an extent, like I said, it worked in a social experiment. I learned a lot from having long hair and long beard. I learned a lot from having about people, the way they look at you, the way they treat you, the way they think about you, the way they listen, and or pay attention to your way, by the way you look. That's for sure. And I've known this is truth, but I mean even more so, even as an old guy. But yeah, it was a good social experiment, and helped me figure out a network that just exposed itself over and over again, even right down to the foot soldiers of this. So, like I said, I ain't got anything for them that ain't different than you. I send them to the scientific league too and hope they learn physics and understand that the only way for them to straighten out is to fix what they've done and take atonement for it. And that means stop lying to people. So that puts them on our side, right? It's the only way you can gain weakness, straighten some heart. It's the only way you're going to survive this. And once they see that, anyone with any kind of intelligence is going to come to one conclusion. Damn, I wish I'd have known this to begin with. I've been there, people. I'm telling you, I'm looking at them like, damn, I was 50 years old before I knew I had a magnet and I had to read it on a goddamn hieroglyph. What kind of bullshit is that? Yeah, it's easier if you give them the moon. If you know them in person, it's easier just to give them the moon because it's turning than making them watch my video because even after you leave your presence, they're going to see the moon later at different positions all the time. That'll bug the fuck out of them because they can't turn that off. That's not a like or not. That's like, oh fuck, going in the house. I'm gonna hide from it. I'm not gonna look at it again. And the next night, it'll come out for milk later. And it's like, oh fuck. Oh, my head hurts. See, now it's working on them. You ain't even there. You ain't even. Give them 3 days of that shit. They're gonna be like, hey man, but what are you saying about the fucking moon? Because this shit, it's just, I ain't supposed to do that, right? Wake up in the morning, it's completely upside down, man, in the moon. What are you looking at a full moon? It's set. You're up in the you're up, it's up. It's still there. It's upside down from where it rose. Fucking completely. And it's big. It's big in your fucking sky. Yeah, they're gonna see that. They can't unlike it. They can't unfriend it. They can't they can't block the page. I love the moon. You just got to point at it more. The moon's fucking doing cartwheels. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, it is. It looks like it's doing cartwheels because our planet tilted. That's a fact. You can see with your own eyeballs. That's it. You can't unlike. Can't fucking unfriend. Can't fucking block them. Can't block the moon. They give them fucking scientific lead in their own heart. That's right. Start securing them because they're going to be breaking through an awful lot of fucking programming and be kind of unstable just by the nature of it. You've been there. I've been there. Hand in their heart. See, that's your job. That's your job. Thank you. God, somebody's been paying attention. These motherfuckers come off with fucking Lazarus comments, and now he's speaking my words before I can speak them. Look at you. You just look at my new wrench. What up, Inky? Look at my new wrench. Go, Sean. It's gonna make me cry. Listen to him. He's got this shit. Fuck. That's awesome. Oh my. That's no shit, man. Give them your fucking heart. Send me the lead, man. Ah, Lazarus comments, man. I mean, come on. Fire raw. He even comes back with the Bucacina. This guy. Off a random comment I made on a fucking live show. That reaffirms for me that I need to keep doing the live shows because I talk too much. You guys actually do use your Google. Some of you do. Look at you. Fucking Lazarus. That's the most impressive comment I've seen in the longest time. It fucking shocked me. It's fucking wow, amazing. Fucking Lazarus comment. Had to reclassify the asteroid belt, didn't I? I had to rethink the classification of the asteroid belt. Some shit. They worded it. I didn't. I was like, ah, that's big. It's big. It's a big sign. This is not. It ain't Jupiter. You saw that. They blamed Jupiter. You fucking. It's like Jupiter's been there for millions of years, right? Isn't that the story? Jupiter's been there for millions. Why didn't it just start doing? What's up? What's up? What's up with Jupiter? That it's different now. It's raising. If you're going to blame Jupiter, what's up? And why is it all of a sudden just now? Explain that one. But they never even tried. It's just it's kind of like the Earth slowing down. We think it might be the moon. It may be theoretically, possibly. We're confused. No, they're not. They're not confused. They got the all seeing eye fucking in little monitor. They got. Y'all been paying attention to this? We got the Anunnakis coming up. We're just talking about the Enlil all seeing eye. And I'm like, think about it. NASA with their Enlil monitors. You guys have all seen those. All these big shows, all of the big channels, all of them show the Enlil model, including Humber. Humber's big channel. They show you the Enlil model. I don't. I don't use Enlil. I don't worship no Anunnakis. They're all seeing eye. Just kidding. Oh. Point it out every couple of see that's how you do it, right? CH. And it's painless. They see it, right? And you don't have to fucking fight with them. You're having a good time. See? love that. That's see. You know I got rules, man. No blocking any trolls right off. If I'm not watching, give them 600-second time out if they're bugging you. Everybody else. If they're acting like 12, go ahead and block them. They keep fucking. Don't worry about the individual statements. They'll all disappear as you block. Don't just go blocking people, please. Don't delete the statements. Because I like to see what my trolls have to say. That way I know what to say back. And if you've been around that long, you know I love my trolls. Because I want to send them to the hieroglyph channel to learn what we learned. So they can stop being trolls. That's how we beat these guys. So we give everybody a chance, right? Some of them do, Kristen, they do get highlighted. And it sucks. It does. It sucks that you would think somebody that's into the esotericism side of this, something I have ignored, would love to monitor the moon, and they seem to be the ones that fight you off the hardest. It's puzzling. Oh yeah, the moon's beautiful. Oh, it's a wolf moon. It's a poopy moon. It's a this moon. I don't even. They got so many names for moons now because of people like that. They never look at the moon. Isn't that fucked up? I mean, how else do you put that? It's fucked up. Another Judas Priest fan. I love that. Me too. I do too. You know, it's all sorts of shitty, isn't it? It's all sorts of shit. It is. It ain't no way else to put it. It's like what you supposedly make your the whole life around esotericism and the moon goddess and all this stuff. Well, why ain't you watching the moon? Why are you wanting to fight me? I'm just telling you something that everybody around the world's looking at right now. The goddamn thing's doing cartwheels. Have a nice day. You know, that's how you got to treat them people. Just don't get caught up in their shit. Some of them will look and they'll come back and apologize to you. Some of them don't look for it. Don't look for it. Occasionally, one will. They're going shit. I know. It's like, somebody was throwing karma at me the other day. Your karma must be all fucked up. Come on. It is. You just don't want it. I'm sure it is. I'm glad you can see it clearly from your couch over there with your zero fucking content. That shows your effort to try and wake up the world, doesn't it? Zero. I mean, I ain't saying you gotta make videos, but if you're over here fucking criticizing me for my fucking effort, you should at least have one, right? I mean, and it better be a good one. Or you're gonna hear it from me and then get blocked. Fuck you and your zero content shit. Yeah, I've taken to that this week. I don't give people much of a chance. Just go ahead and let me know how much you hate me. I'll help you out. Maybe you couldn't find it. I know exactly where your little flag button block fucking section is. I can get there real quick. Oh dear. Yeah, uh, I enjoy it. Fuck it. What am I gonna do? Is cry about it? You know? Damn it, I tried. Yeah, we have to love unconditionally. Damn straight. The horoscope actually exists for one purpose, and that's to indicate who rules over the planet, which house, which family. And there's two. Which family has control over the planet. That's we've heard that in Bible camping. We're going to hear about it again as soon as I get to work here. Hey, Vicar, it's good to see you. So yeah, exactly. We know what we're up against now, and it's not anything that we didn't have scared before. Now we know what their intent is. We know where we're at in the world and all that good stuff. Talk about the moon. Yeah, so-called truth or channel. Probably because I had already been there and already killed it for you, CH, before you ever showed up. A lot of these truth channels, I know I've said it 1,000 times, but a lot of them I've given the moon to if they tolerated it before they blocked me at least 200 or 300 times. So yeah, and you've seen the extent if you've gone to John's and seen his homebrew's latest with my little smiley face moons. That was my only tool I had. That and my wiki page. Um, I worked really hard with that in my wiki page for a long time, trying to get people to look at the moon. It's so long. Trying to get somebody, one of these channels, any channel, to pick it up and run with the information I was discovering, and nobody wanted to touch it, um, except for some Palladium message people, which at first I was looking at as like a good thing, but I don't look at that as a good thing anymore because the message has changed. It's just not just information like disasters. Hey, let's prepare a bottle of water. It's actually a pretty big picture. But although it's going to get fucking fucked up nuts, crazy. I have no idea what to do. I know what to expect, but goddamn, I don't know what exactly what it looks like. Some of these stages are just we just got to remain calm in our chest, like mom and dad handle our magnets because we're little babies. They're going through an adult moment. As far as I mean, this has never been attempted before. Mom herself is a little bit, and I'm all about truth. Um, but she knows there's nothing to worry about because this is what God promised. We can pull it together. It's going to be fine. That's the promise. We're going home. She can get the babies. It's us. We're the babies. That's the promise. So she's going to be renewed. She'll provide abundance again. We'll be allowed in our heart with him freely because we'll know who we are. We're going to beat each other. Anybody like that's just not going to be around. Period. So, regardless of how many we are, we're going to mourn for those that aren't here, I'm sure. But we're going to get on with life the way it should be. And our children are going to benefit from their children's children, mother's children's generations. So we just got to remember who we are. And that'll happen. And I know more about who I am than I did last year. I understand. I didn't learn how to talk this quick. So that also should bring in patience and understand we've got time. It's just this is picking up speed. Yeah, that's for sure. The urgency is kicking in a little bit. Mom's feeling the pressure, you're feeling the pressure. And it's to the point that I'm hoping that you're getting practiced at relaxing your own mind, being able to avoid some of these symptoms that everybody has. They have. That's a good sign that you're going to handle what comes next better than most, and maybe be able to help others around you. You know, because like I said, I don't know what an actual like shit flying off fucking planets at the speed of gravity looks like. My mom has four poles like any other magnet. She can keep it within reason, of course, and switch. She's got four fucking poles. She can hold everything, switch others. She showed me this isn't going to be like a fucking Hollywood movie, but at this point in time, when that shit starts happening, you need to have it in your heart, calmness, and the understanding that she's got it, or you might fling yourself off. So it would be an act of indignation to do so, as I understand it. But I mean, yeah, okay, understanding all that and knowing it's coming and not being afraid of it, because I mean, how do I accidentally know I'm not going to fling myself off? You know what I mean? I've never done this before. Of course, I have apprehension about what's coming, but I do know what to do about it, and that is remain fucking calm. Because your baby and mama's not going to let you drop. I understand that. What else can you do? I don't know what else to do. I haven't mastered flying, although I understand we can do it. I don't know how. Do you know how to fly? Because you got the same magnet I do. I don't know how to do this yet. I'm getting better at talking. I'm getting better at understanding people, where they're coming from, and feeling feels around me. I'm getting better. But I don't know how to fucking fly. I'm not even going to try until I know how. I might hurt somebody, especially myself. I've fallen down and hurt myself. I don't want to fall up and hurt myself. For fuck's sake, man. You know? I got tall ceilings. Jesus. Some of them got spikes in places because this is a 100-year-old house. I'm dead serious though. I mean, I've never tried. I'm scared of heights. What if I vaulted myself? I wouldn't. I'm afraid to do it. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what I'm doing. I understand I got a toy to probably play with, but I also know it's like a loaded gun. In a lot of ways, I've already had some weird results of fucking up computers left and right and electric. Like I got to keep my distance from stuff because if I get excited around it, it starts doing weird shit. Um, I know that that's because my field's getting stronger. I don't know. I don't have a feral cell to read it. Apparently, they do in the medical world because they've seen it. They've monitored this shit. I'm curious, real curious. I want somebody to read my while I'm fucking playing with it. You know what I mean? I found a new toy. I want to play with it. I had a toy for 50 years. One of my favorite toys in the world in my chest, and I didn't know it. It is so fucking wrong. How do you want to do that to a kid? It's fucking nuts. But they tell us in the cuneiform exactly why. They tried to separate us from that which gives us power, but that which gives us power gives us life. It's the spark of life. It's our magnet. Of course it is. They couldn't take it from us. That's our spark of life. That's the one thing nobody can use. That's God. Gives you that spark. Get your spark from one source. It's created. What you do with it, it's your free will. Make up. She's already feeling the energetic. Look, ooh, boy, she's getting energy. She's getting energy she ain't felt in a long time. So are we. And I mean, think about it. The scientists will tell you that only half our DNA is like active. Well, it makes sense. Our DNA was actually designed on Mother, but Mother, while she was over there on Ra, in a totally higher frequency of energy. Um, Ta-da! No wonder only half of our DNA is active. Go scientifically and learn what DNA is. You'll understand fully why only half of it's fucking active. Because the energy flows so low. The wrong polarity for our biology, our creation. They did this to us on purpose. They even told us how. They have feathers? No, I don't think so. I think we just had hair, a lot of hair. We still got hair all over our bodies. They describe us as we are, pretty much. But yeah, we have more hair. And today you can see people with more hair that have more of our old DNA, some of less of their DNA. Regardless, here's the regardless of all of that is a lot of people get worried about did they fuck us up? Well, no. And they even said that. They couldn't. The only way they fucked us up is mentally. They fucked us up mentally for generations, lied to us. That's how they fucked us up. Our heart is the important key to this. It isn't your bloodline, it's that frequency. We can obtain weakness. That's something all life with that man has the ability to do. That's why we were created. They couldn't separate us from that. That's creation, brilliance, and design, and having fail safes, like the one on the planets, and like the one on our power, our very power. I mean, that's why I'm not afraid to walk into the offices of the so called dragons of the Illuminati and hand them this information because they can't use it for harm. They just can't. It's impossible. And that's a creator. It's brilliant. You can't fake intent from your heart. It takes three actual frequencies. And you've only got the one. It's heart, body, and mind. There's another action going in there. Right? It is just human. There's always three. The important for you to attain is meek. And you can't be weak if you don't know who your father and your mother are. This is a very definition of meek. You got to hand the bridle to somebody and let them handle your power. And that's what I've done. And that's what mom says we have to do. Relax your magnet. If you can relax your magnet, your frequency is going to be fine. You're going to be fine. You're somehow going to be able to help others in this time before we go down. And after that, the call is going to be made to go into the tour. And I've never seen this. Okay, I've seen what she's shown me, but I've never like lived it. So it is a little bit apprehensive knowing what's coming. Just in the physics of it. So, but the assuring thing is, mom's alive, and she's a better at being a planet than I am. So I'm just gonna trust in creator and first base. They got this. Mom knows, so I'm cool. She's just a little jittery because this has never been done. She's never done this. This is her first jail escape. For God's sake, she's trapped in a void. It was created from them destroying the planet. We heard all that. And they trapped Earth in the void, thus Earth was separated from heaven and heaven separated from Earth. So, mom's a little, she's like, yeah, my family's here. Her whole family's here. She feels good. Topha's here. Her sister's here. Everybody's here. The whole family's here. This is her family. This is her family that's around us. We've seen it on the walls. I know most of you have seen it more than I have. I know most of you have seen it more than I have, because I sure as ain't never looked at no Egypt. I know a lot of you did. Or have, where I did. Because I just don't. And it's like a popular thing. I mean, wish I had, really, because I would understand a lot more. I'm seeing an awful lot of fucking information they were writing themselves. It's a lot of information. Yeah, we might see us. Look, if somebody comes here talking about they own the planet, they're already here. It's just that regime change that we're fixing to hear about over here in our canyons. We've got Josh over here. He's ready. He's chomping at the bit. On Zachariah sent you. You want to read us some more from the books of Yankees? All that. Well, see, that might have been. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's good because Mama's telling me there's no escape this time, which means she ain't gonna tolerate a whole bunch of bullshit coming and going with them in it. She's awake. She's upset. She's gonna defend if need be. She's hoping not to make it to that point. She wants to heal her aunt, Heaven, planet, aka Nebaru. It's only got one shield. She's looking at her aunt like this right now. Kind of that's Mom's main point of anxiety. I completely understand that because we're here ready for her shield. She's got more than one. Planet Heaven doesn't. And there's a blockage. It needs to be taken care of. You're going to be having vivid dreams if you're listening. She's going to tell you what you need to do. You say it. It's not going to come from you. Your path ain't what mine is on because your path, as far as I understand, is basically the same as mine. And man, ultimately, I have a little side trip where I got to play cannon fodder for a peace meeting that needs to go down at some point. For some reason, I need to be in the middle of it. I'm quite, well, I know why. I haven't quite accepted why. I'm cannon fodder. Just put it that way. I'm the assurance. Nobody's going to get hurt. We just leave it at that. Yeah, well, they're using toxic chemicals here, for God's sake. It ain't nothing. They ain't doing nobody a favor here. And they're not actually trying to heal the atmosphere of Earth. Her atmosphere is actually okay for as much as we've neglected this. Some people around the world have been on it all the time. Um, Mostly Aboriginals, still people that haven't seen a white man. Unless there's a white man in their tribe, and who knows because they haven't been seen. I mean, they know they exist, but they fly over some islands. we've seen we've seen what happens, and there's laws set that people aren't supposed to go around some of these places too, because they should be left alone. They're in nature. They're where they need to be. They're cooperative and they're protective. They're working with each other. They might not have a full grasp on who and what they are like we used to, but eventually they will. What up, Homebird? How you doing? We were just talking bad about it. Were your ears ringing? Well, they've been told by the creator of all in their own language and their own admissions that the creator of all has haunted them in their dreams and told them basically to get the fuck off the planet and get back to the earth. In so many words. Get the fuck off the planet and get back to the earth. And this is what it looks like when you don't. Because they haven't. They're still here. Um, yeah, that guy, that crazy fucking Ballard. How you doing? Yeah, I posted a Hollow Earth, and it has the working model as the thumbnail. It's a rotating sphere in space. I give working models and walk you through it. I've covered it in a couple of videos. I'm doing good. I had to make a live channel so we didn't have 500 fucking videos in the way of movies. I'm so tired of it. Alright, I was done with it. So here we are. Glad to see y'all made it. I keep saying some people are ahead of me in a lot of ways. John makes better videos than I do. I strongly suggest taking a trip home and catching up on his videos. He's got some fucking jewels. I mean, he'll walk you through these questions you ask me, and I send you the previous video. He's got less videos than I do, but he doesn't need as many. He actually has the patience to sit there and teach you how to read these tools. I tell you to look them up. Well, I'm telling you right now, you might want to go watch Homebrew and then catch up on Scientific League because he's going to brush you up on what Homebrew. Because Homebrew is going to send you Scientific League too. But I definitely started this guy's channel. He's on it. Where the hell's my other Rex? Where's Sean at? Is Sean still in here? Or did Sean take off? John, something happened tonight that hadn't happened in a very long time. My jaw hit the floor out of fucking absolute sheer shock. And I made an instantaneous wrench. Oh shit, John, there he is. Look at this. Sean there, he comes in and hey Sean, you said it. What Sean to say it best. What was your first line in here, Sean? It made me shit myself. Because I don't know if John was actually in here when I mentioned it because it was one of those things that came up in a conversation and he caught it and researched it. Lazarus comments, damn straight, caused by Ra, damn straight, and he even got the cause right. I almost shit myself. I fucking dropped. I was like, yeah. What the fuck? I read it. I couldn't believe I was reading it. I was like, I had to read it again. I was like, yeah, actually, oh my god. I hadn't said anything. That was like a couple of weeks ago too. Just mentioned it in a comment in, on a live show. I haven't even put that information on YouTube. And that's some of that lost information that will never be fucking seen again. He brought it back. He brought it back. What's a Lazarus comment? Jeez. Couldn't believe it. So yeah, we got another wrench. Congratulations. Holy shit. That just, you know me, John, so that impressed the fuck out of me. That's what I'm saying. I was like, that's somebody who's definitely out there to learn. And yay. Fuck. I'm still impressed. It's just good shit. It's good shit. Thank you again. Just and that also enforced that it's a good thing I made this channel, Don, because I liked the live feed. Everybody liked live feeds, but they were getting in the way. There's no question they were getting in the way. I'm sure you saw the comments. You paid attention. How many did I? How many times was I fucking? How many hours do you think I was sitting there typing in people's comments that were telling me I need to shorten my? And I'm telling them what to skip, and I even made a video. Skip this one, skip that one. You know, it was just too much. So fuck it. We'll just keep everything live over here. That's where it's going to have to be. It's an info channel. This is Catfish's fucking corner, and you better know the moon and how it affects us. That it's doing cartwheels before you come here and hang out with us over here. Yeah, sometimes it's in a different spot, huh? It just seems to jump around. I know Sean is like instantaneously head of the class today, man. Oh fuck yeah, dude. Drop that fucking knowledge, man. Boom. Fucking Lazarus comics. Jeez. And that's a blast from the past as it is. When I was talking about it, it was something I hadn't even thought of in years. And I just mentioned it in conversation and then boom. Boom. Who's paying attention? Boom. Sean's paying attention. Fuck. Ooh, that deserves a wrench. Look, you got me sweating. I'm so excited. I love that shit. Fucking go out and research. I Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? You know what I mean? So, God, that's exactly awesome. I don't know if anybody's light years ahead of anybody. Actually, I'm not. I'm not. I'm the one that read the first hieroglyph. I feel like I'm behind the eight ball here. They said Jupiter. Possibly. They left it as a theory. They said after millions of years, Lazarus comets are coming alive out of the asteroid belt. We may have to reclassify it. It might be Jupiter. Like, how the hell is Jupiter going to revive a fucking comet? What revives a fucking comet? Did the sun move? That's why we got that line right there, right? That's where comets ignite, come into the solar system. Right there in that solar wind. That's what causes it. Why they can't be seen until they reach about Mars. Well, what would push an asteroid randomly out of the asteroid belt that's been there? Hundreds of them. They said. What be hundreds of What be hundreds of comets waking up out of the asteroid belt? What's causing that? Jupiter been there for a long time. So if Jupiter's causing it, what the fuck's causing Jupiter to cause that? Lazarus comet's coming back to life after millions of years of dormancy in our fucking asteroid belt. That's the story. Coming back with the obscure thing talking about Rod did it. Yeah, he did it. Recently, goddammit, every one of John's videos is fucking top notch, is better than the next, and the last one, and all of them. I sit, and some days I just refresh and refresh his page, and he just doesn't make videos. I go into a deep depression, and I call him on Facebook. I'm like, John, leave me some brew. I'm jonesing for some brew, man. And he's all like, fuck you, dude. Just you're gonna have to wait, just like the rest of them. Why don't you say fuck on your videos, John? Just say fuck to me. I love you. Oh my god. He is. He does his homework too. He sure does. He really does. And he puts it out there where everybody that doesn't like fuck can handle it. So there you go. If you got people that you want to bring to hang out to learn, take them right there. I'm telling you. You are doing your family member a fucked up practical joke if you bring them here. I'm going Fred Flintstone knock them up for you real fast. That's what you want. I got glow in the dark fucking butt plugs. Bring them in. Bring. Hey, they got flanges, and if we get lost, it's okay. They glow in the dark. It's tested. I will hammer that right on in. Just don't do it. Take him to homebrew. 14. All right, I've got some catching up to do. This. All right, fuck the glass session. I'm going to homebrews. Bye. I'm kidding. I'll be able to do that. Yeah, they are definitely running out of time, Kristen, and the time they have is pretty much up to us. I mean, how much of this bullshit is the people going to take? And it's already getting violent because people don't really have a direction, and they see what the government wants them to see. The government-backed fucking protests, and the extreme left wing. I mean, it's getting everybody all fucking pissed off. What person likes it? Nobody. Well, then in comes fucking all the Kens and Karens. I want to exclude the Kens because there's a bunch of them too that want to go to the government for protection at that point. Look at how many people were just begging the Colorado governor every day that I was on the Colorado governor site. It's not just Donald Trump I go to. I go right to them too, and begging the governor to mandate masks because of the fucking horrible, horrible fucking COVID. And you know, talk about mandating vaccines already. You know where they came from, right? Christmas dinner. You sit across from at least two or three of them. You know, you're always nice to them because it's politically correct. Peaceful. I ain't gonna tell you what you know your loved ones more than I do. I've already had it out with mine and some of yours. But are you leaving all right? You going back to sleep? God damn it, John. Love you, man. Take it easy, dude. Yeah, John's always really nice. He's got patience. He hasn't got beat up by enough trolls yet. I'm gonna send them all to you, John. Why is the moon flipping? I don't care what the moon's doing. I just want to know how this is gonna affect us. Well, first off, your fucking moon's doing cartwheels. That might answer a couple of questions you had. I don't know. If it doesn't, go read a book, come back, try it again. It's not very difficult to figure out just how that affects us directly. It's not proof it directly affects. We turned the fuck on our side by over 60 degrees. That's a pretty big effect. Everything on the planet's fucking dead. We're out of food, and your government's lying to you. How's that for starters? You know what I mean? That's just stuff that you can look at on the surface. Fuck's sake, tell me you don't care what the moon's doing. That was the most trollish thing I've ever heard in a long time. It threw me into a fit, didn't it? I mean, you want proof that's going to affect us. How about you start right here? That's just nuts. Don't bring those people to my work. Please, God, don't do that. Some liable to yell at you worse than them. You tell me to be nice. Because that's just who I am. You know the rules. I stated the rules. The rules is clear, right? We don't bring our families here unless they understand. Number one, I'm going to cuss them out. Number two, just that alone, all right? I'm going to cuss them out. Understand it. At some point, I'm probably going to cuss them out. Now, if they're like Sean, then, you know, they understand what the moon's going on. They looked up Lazarus Comet's all they own. They into it. Bring them on. We can chat. That's who this chat's for, right? This is where this is. You don't get this anywhere else. You get told go somewhere else and talk about the moon everywhere else you go, right? Honest to God, that's the response. You want to talk about the moon? Go somewhere else. That's what we hear consistently. That's what this channel's for. Don't bring somebody here that understands that. Ever. Just that's rule one. We get enough random people coming in that don't understand that. You don't have to bring more. Just for whatever purpose. I don't give a fuck whatever purpose. Don't bring them. It's my workspace. I need to keep my magnet cool. And if I'm seeing a friend of mine telling me to be cool with their friend because that's their friend, they don't mean to be stupid. I'm like, but they are. They are. And then they make some kind of statement like that. I'm going to go off the deep end. Watch me. I'm going to step on your neck, jump up and down. I ain't going to hate you. I ain't going to let you near me and be excited about it for a while. Don't start no shit with me, goddammit, please. Leave your family at home. Take my videos to them. I offer money. I offer money. Reading. You know, Sean, I agree. I myself have stopped reading. I read too much. Too many books, too many versions of books. Science fiction to science fact to fucking Bible, every, books, tech manuals, just for fun of it, just to see how things work. Curiosity. Years and years of that. And I have found um, it's actually more productive for me to
him to the house of life. He huddled with Enki and exchanged words with him.
I love this fucking computer. It's like having an audio book of any fucking thing you want on the planet. Because you can literally pull up text. And my Google, man, I right click and I forget exactly where it is, but it'll read the whole page. Even the ads, which is like when you're reading along in a technical thing and then it goes to the ads, it's like, oh, I'm on an ad. Listening to that. It goes right back into the words. So, but it does. It'll read the whole fucking page for you while you're doing something else. I can get into that because I like, I like my sleep. And the more I get done while I'm awake, the more time I get to lay down and get my full 4 hours in. Yeah, it's kind of hard to keep grass green with 3 suns shining on it, isn't it, CH? You gotta hit it at least twice a day. Absolutely. And yeah, the water bill bites. My landlord understands it, so he keeps my rent cheap, which is a benefit. Screw reading. Yeah, it's cool to read. I mean, I'm sitting here reading now. But yeah, as far as that goes, oh my God, I would have never read that much cuneiform. That's a years and years and years of reading while I've been doing so many other things. I've listened to Josh Reeves. I love this guy. Even though I can't get a hold of him either to give him this information. I do. I wish I could. I'm trying to get a hold of him on his little YouTube thing, but it doesn't seem like it's him. Maybe, or maybe he's just not answering his comments. Or maybe he don't have 15 minutes to look because I know he ain't low. They need to be yelled at. Take them to my $1,000 video. That's the thing I love about it. Oh, the moon's normal. Well, bring me the link. I count out my $1,000. I mean, I got $1,000. It's not hard to come up with. Especially for something that valuable. I've looked for years for it. That's worth $1,000 for me. If you can find some shit like that. I'd be like, okay. And then I'd be done. Because NASA done did my work. They done fucked up how many decades of them trying to get people to not look at the moon by that one link. They ain't never going to produce a link that says my moon should rise wax, blow 180 degrees of set wind in the northern hemisphere ever, or the southern hemisphere ever, or the equator moon ever, because it's never ever done that before globally ever anywhere. Period. You don't even have to take them to me. Take them to the Inuits. Inuits claim the Earth's axis is shifted. The moon and the sun and the stars aren't right. They can't even fucking star navigate. They depend on it for their livelihood. They've had to change their entire livelihood around to make concession for they can't find home at night. They're too far away. The stars are not pointing in the right direction. It's coming from something not just a Navy trained navigator, somebody who currently uses that as their livelihood has for thousands of years. People very aware of it, and they went to fucking NATO and NASA, and both of them basically told them, yeah, we understand. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, right in the ass. In other words, see you later. Have a beer. We're very aware. They pretty much got the same answer I did, except they didn't tell me to leave. Like I said, they kind of wanted to negotiate. In some part of them believed that they were thinking food later down the road. I'm kind of not kidding. Yeah, a lot of that, especially in California, is going to be electromagnetic energies coming into all that peak out there, all that metal. It's just getting cooked out there. There ain't no doubt about it. There's a lot of push. That's the part of the planet that's going to feel that. And I'm convinced those mountains, if they're not directly volcanic, they are. Some of those peaks are grown by electromagnetic energy, just like everything else. And that kind of electromagnetic energy, you do fucking not want to be around. Period. Because there's no surviving that. And I'm looking at those mountains as danger. Uh, can't help but think the Midwest, up the Midwest with Canada is probably going to be the relatively most safe spot. Mom's going to tell you. I'm just thinking of those people around the coast out of California. You think you're safe in the mountains? For God's sake, they're volcanic. Don't. Too. But the ones that aren't might start erupting in lightning, growing. But that would be exciting. You wouldn't see much of the process. Just the flash, the initial flash, I think maybe we dust pretty quick. Plasmatic action like that, growing mountains. Seeing the working model of it, and I just can't get it out of my head. It works. It works so good. I don't know if you've seen some of these electric universe things. I just started looking into them. they show some of these mountains look like they definitely created that way. Yeah. And it speaks for itself. I love working models because I mean, God, if you got something that's going to explain something, well, let's work it again. Let's keep it. So it's repetitive, and all of a sudden it becomes someone's theory, and then everybody passes it around. Well, it'll remain a theory until we watch these mountains grow, right? If it's a top-notch theory in my notebook, that's where I'm at with it. So I'm ready to see some of these things. Yeah, they don't. A lot of these original contracts and stuff, and old. For God's sake, how are they going to even write their name, sign, and signature? You know, we're back to the 1800s right now. We make an X. Make an X. You're a high school graduate. Make an X. You know, make an X. Oh, here. You cross it. No, that's a T. That's a T. Can you make an X? Swear to fucking God, man. And you see it. You see it. You see it out there. No, you gotta make an X. No, it's a fucking S, man. What that's it didn't cross in there. You gotta make an X. That's a goddamn check mark. Come on, man. Make an X. X, cross the line. Now it's a T again. Fuck. I saw that coming and I really made a voiceful thing about it and people hated me. It's okay. I can pinpoint when that hit culture and I could see where that was leading. And and I'll tell you, I actually like the Beastie Boys a little bit. Not real good, but I mean, I pinpointed it when rap started. Straight up. I was like, oh shit. I was old enough to understand what I was seeing. It's like, oh shit. Here, I ain't picking on nobody. If you like rap, it's crap. But yeah, there's some good stuff out there. But you can see where it was taking the society in general. I'm not talking about a fucking culture. I'm talking about like society in general. You see where it was going. And it was a pretty big picture. It encapsulated in your rap. I was like, oh damn, look at this. They're teaching people this shit. Oh no. And what became more popular than learning to read and write? Thugging. Motherfucking thug culture, thug this, thug that, thug fucking life. Tell me that ain't center of our culture right now. Everybody wants to be thug, tougher than the next guy. It's where we're at. It's where it took the whole culture. It's not just one culture. Everybody, society, that right. For the most part, one day that we're looking at. This is crazy. Everybody's got a chip on their shoulder for some reason. And I'm not excluding myself. I never would. I'm a human being too. But my chip is with, honestly, I mean, like 80% of the fucking population is on this whole opinion kick. I've got my own truth. There is no your own truth. It just isn't. That's been debated by philosophers. There's truth. is what happened. And there's versions of truth coming from people who have a fucking, I mean, like, there's a naked truth when you're looking at it through a camera. And then there's versions of truth when you're hearing about it from people who fucking victimizer, of course. But there's one truth, two opinions. The truth is the truth. Period. One truth. You can have your truth. It might lead you to death. You might check out the truth instead of your truth. Because there's one truth. Our Creator exists in all atoms in existence at 1748 Hertz. Your magnets in your chest, not by fucking coincidence, it's by design. And we can do everything about this situation because you're created to. That's the truth. Ain't nobody coming to save us except for us. We're the healers. Mama's got warriors. If you ain't ready to be a healer, you might fight your fucking head off when it comes up. This thing has to come up. We're hoping they don't, right? We're hoping they don't. We're hoping we don't have to go to stage 2 of this shit. Nobody wants anybody. Mama's worried about this planet over here. Planet heaven, never really. It's the top priority. Getting these Anunnaki, healing, shielding, hurting. I'm with, I understand. Cool with that. I can handle it. I'm giving that to her. It's her project. My email ain't changed for those who have it, and they can now. I got fucking two pages. They can get a hold of me. Not a hard person to find. The corn givers are ready to make peace. The offer's still on the table until it's taken off. If I was them, because we're going to hear it in their own language, in their own words. Very Evolve told them to get the fuck off the planet. Give it back to us. And they haven't. We still keep playing their games. Even right after that, they killed us over Marduk. And then gave him reign over the planet, even though it wasn't his time. And we all heard all that. We did. I've had folks tell me that these discoveries that I've made have helped them, and not just people. I had a long-time perturber come to me in a fake account and tell me who they were. And they thanked me for my diligence, said that I had helped them communicate with their autistic child for the first time in 30 years with this whole heart discovery and working with mom and Mag. After that, he never came back. I mean, either way, I never saw the toilet. I don't know how. I really, really have that burning question. Is that given my history, of course, that's what I latched onto that. I'm like, what method were you using? How did it help? I had a lot of questions about that. I'm just offering it up. It's not telepathy. This should help. This should help. Apparently, I'm being told this is help. If you're finding results, like document this so we can help other kids. That's really one of my gigs. One of my first videos was about that. Um, that that was one of my motivations for getting back in track. Is because I'm having people that I've had a few people that were namely trolls. This information helped them to the point in their personal life they stopped coming around here. And they actually had to make a fucking fake account to come and tell me that. So if you're like, I would like to know how this is helping. Try it. Try it. It works with my fucking dog. You can call them hearts. I'm finding ways I can help my animals. I'm really imagine uh, how it's obviously helping on some level. See pretty soon. That's what one of these little baby steps is eventually. I need to I need to concentrate on the machine because I can hit the staunchest worker that's really out here doing good. But I mean, in their head and heart, they're being misled. And if they see the truth and they start seeing the truth, then it's going to change them regardless. And that's another uh, branch. Is we can win this. It's going to take us all. It takes you on knowledge and truth. People aren't used to that. When they see it, it's recognizable. Look, everybody's here. I just started this today. There's 18 people in live chat. I don't know how many subscribed or whatever they in here today. I've seen a lot of familiar folks. I'm happy that all that is Sean here has given an example of somebody that can pick up something that I say here and truly go out and fucking confirm for yourself and look and learn. My God, read my mind. Kids are very smart. We don't give them enough credit. You know, that's a yeah. It's another thing I hear about the autistic folks too. They're genius, and I've known a few. Um, and I am not trained to take care of them, but I've known a few in the foster care system that I talk to sometimes. Some days, I wouldn't know how to handle it if Dr. Chris was around. Tell you anything that would help communicate with someone like that, we really appreciate share the findings on that. It's, that's something that schools should be teaching, right? I mean, this is something. If it really starts helping, I don't know. There needs somebody other than us needs to be looking at some point. Somebody to help these children because I know there's a need for it. So, and you obviously would know more about the infrastructure of that than I would. But I mean, you go back to my first videos. That's one of the reasons I came back on this trail. This is one of the things that helped me realize that this actually had some validity. It's helping sick people like this and causing their parents that were actually on the other side, literally working hard. Some of my worst asshole trolls for just come right to me and apologize because and then they disappear. That killed me. I didn't even have time to ask questions, and they're gone. But and even the troll didn't come back because, of course, I mean, fuck, we just told them who they were. Anyway, please document anything you notice. If you have any results with this, yeah, I know they do. They get paid what 1,400 or some shit. Well, 12, 14, depends on what state. I think. Oh, see, 500 in Iowa, it ain't worth as much staying in Iowa. Y'all's kids only worth 500 for the Viagra's. Not the Viagra's, the Prozacs. I'm sorry. We don't want our kids on fucking Viagra. That's no. Hey, why not? We're in the new age. It's 2020. This teenager should be walking around with 400 per piece shit. Justify that one. Go. Oh, oh, okay, it's fine. Okay, yes. The price has probably gone up per kid now. Oh. But yeah, just no. If you just make notes of stuff that you're noticing, if it helps, um, and you got to come from here with it. No, that's key. If they're not talking out of here, there's a disconnect. But this one's still working. You know what I mean? Okay. I'm really excited to hear this because I know these people didn't like this shit up. Feel for him, CH, and see if he responds. And keep practicing. Sean, you have a good night. Thank you for dropping my jaw. Just as you know what's going on. See if you can get his mic. Oh my god, man! I feel it. See what he does. He might be just waiting for it. He might be over there screaming at you with his back. I don't know how that works, but it seems to help. Um, you're a transmitter, he's a receiver, and vice versa. You know that's all emotion. You know what I mean? And love, frequency. This is intent. coming out of your heart. That's our original communication. It totally makes sense. It works. I'm excited for you. I'm excited for me because I know this is going to work for you. I've seen what it can do for people. It made me cry. I couldn't get a hold of this guy. Yeah, uh, literally came back for this to hear this. I haven't heard it since now. My God, my rage. Ain't no coincidence. Not sure you're going to need a tablet. Just take it slow. So it's like calming your mag. Now you're going to use your mag. Feel free. Uh, don't rush it. You might he might rush you. I don't know. I don't know how it works. I don't know. I don't know anything about the process. All I know is somehow two individuals that were giving me absolute hell came to me and fake fucking profiles and told me thank me for my diligence because fucking I was helping them with their communicating for the first time. I don't have any idea what that even looks like. I'm guessing. But I know what works for patches. I can calm her down if I concentrate on it with my heart, feel her. She responds. I'm getting goosebumps. I don't think I'm going to need a tablet. I think we just need a little bit of time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, Valerie. I wasn't up watching sunrise. I was fighting my pillow to sleep. If you were seeing a pretty bright blue light, it's unless it was an obvious planet like Venus, because it comes up before the sun. I know it sets after the sun, but the day sky is rolling too, so it is a little confusing. Just gotta accept that's where we're at. Venus is rising before setting after the sun, so it's actually the sky 2 hours long. And you can look up your Venus rise and set, and it'll tell you if you got your star app. Star apps will show you. A lot of times they're off though. Don't be surprised. You might just have to wait until sunrise to see what that is, how far off it is. It's probably Venus. Unless it's a big sunrise, then, well, got a couple choices there. But you get your attention, huh? Oh Jesus. Yeah, you need to feel for that, CH. You know when that's coming, buddy. Put that put that magnet out there and feel that intent, buddy. Oh shit, he's coming for my balls. See? So that's already working in your benefit, man. That's God. Oh my God. Oh man. See, you need to practice. You need to practice just for your own safety. Oh my God. Yeah. Like I said, I don't know what that looks like, CH. God, I feel for you. God, you protect my nuts. Jesus. Can't get that. Cause you're gonna feel that intent. He can't hide his intent either. You're gonna feel that. Go with your gut. He's coming for your nut. At least you got that down. You know what I mean? A little bit of self-defense going on there. Keep yourself from swelling up. It's bad. It's not good. You know. I can walk around with a baseball cup. Yeah. Well, that's what I experienced. It was odd. He was a fucking awesome kid and really intelligent. But I mean, one day he wasn't himself. Whew. I was glad the nurse was there. I had no idea how to handle that. Um, I didn't understand anything that he was trying to say. I didn't know. I had no idea why he was upset. It was scary. It was very scary for me. Um, wow. Yeah, I can only imagine, and I can't. I'm sure. So I'm letting you know for you that I'm really excited to hear how it works because I know these people that came to me weren't doing that for my benefit. I just wish they had, and I understand why they didn't. Of course, they were paid to fucking be my heresies. It just fucking uh, heresy at least. You know, they came to me and thanked me. Uh, Never seen it again in their troll form either. Really, I wish I had. I have so many questions, and of course, that's why I've never seen them because I'd put them in the spot. I'd be like, I put them right up. I put them right up. I'd catch because you can't take your fucking comment down once I pin. I played that game with trolls too. I've been sitting there waiting, refreshing my comment, waiting for one of these trolls to fucking say something smart so I can pin that shit. Because a lot of times, if I'll get trolls that'll come in, you guys don't never see. Because they'll make a fucking shithole comment and then erase it. But it goes into my comments and I see it. And then I'll click on it to answer it. It's not there. But I see it. And they'll do that to me all day. And I'll get to where, oh, okay, we're playing this game. If I can pin it first, it's there forever. I've done it with two. I'm just that way. I'm better at their goddamn game than they are. I'm no dummy. I'm not new to this. And these guys come back thank you for what I did to them. And I embarrass them. And they know I'm going to pin their ass up and ask them how that helped their kids. And it's going to put them on the spotlight too. So I know they're also honored, or they wouldn't come to you. They profile, tell me who they really were, and then disappear. I expected to see the troll again because I wasn't sure if that was really them. I wasn't sure if that was another troll pretending to be a troll because they saw that troll irritated me. I didn't know what kind of game was going on at first. You know, yeah, I've never seen it. Oh my gosh, this is, I don't know. I don't know how it was helpful, but I'm offering it really does at some point, somehow. Please focus a little. Yeah, just pay attention. Then you'll feel the intent because I'm sure it's strong coming from him. There's no inhibition, right? You're gonna feel the intent, your intent. It's coming for you. It's coming for you. Just, if you get that one down, you're doing good. But as I understand, it helps them respond to communicate. Communicate means two-way. That's the gist I got. And the guy went on a long written explanation of how he felt. What do you want? What? Is Timmy in the well? Asks. Is Timmy in the well? Do you hear the whine coming? Look, she's already broke in. She's totally disappointed. I don't know if you can see. Oh yeah, you can see. No. Timmy's in the well. Is Timmy in the well? You got poop? Seamus is ignoring you? Is that the problem? Everybody loves you? Like you deserve to be loved? Come here. Come here. Quit being a little pain in the ass. Come here. What do you want? She just wanted to be by daddy. It's her big Jones right now. I love you, Patches. You're a good girl. It's like nothing. I just want to be near you. This dog. There's glass down here, though. Look at her. She's a good girl. She's a pretty girl. Is that your problem? Seamus isn't. This is the damn business. You realize I'm fine. Shit, fuck. Oh, shit, fuck. Here's trouble. Here's trouble. I smell soup. I'm going upstairs to check. Come on. Remember our soup? I haven't stirred it in a couple hours, have I? It's time to go. Stir that shit in. It smells fucking delicious, too. Oh, careful, fish. Hey, son, hold him tight, please. Thank you. Smells good. That's what that looks like. Yay. Yay, nothing sticking to the bottom. Plenty of water still in here. Oh my god. It smells good. Here's what that looks like. It's a bubble, toil and trouble. With my onions and my bacons, and my beans and lentils. My favorite part. Right on. That is some good stuff. First off, we need salt. We bit. I've already added plain Jane salt of the pink variety. We'll add some of the seasoning salt. This time. A wee bit more chili powder. Not much. Because I'm not very fond of chili powder. Like, as in strong ass chili. But I like it as a spice. It adds flavor. I ain't saying it's shit. And this is beans. Look at the bacon in this. Look at bacon in there. You gotta look. Everything's better with bacon, right? That's how you cook that shit. You saw me. I put in the thing of frozen fucking pound of bacon, you just threw it in there. And it's still in there, left the juices in it. I put a stick and a half of butter because I intend on putting green butter in every bowl of mine. Just for flavoring. If it was green butter, I would have put the equivalent of 2 sticks in this shit just because I like butter in my fucking beans. Why wouldn't I like butter in my soup? Final touch, a little bit of pepper. Neither one of us like black pepper too much either. A lot of people overdo it with that shit. In my opinion. That's my opinion. That's why we're in Catfish's kitchen. My kitchen, dog. Look at them both. This is what they want. This is what Patsy wants. She's like, Dad, you tell me you don't smell that shit? That's why she laid down. She's like, dude, ain't gonna nowhere. Because you are the master of the soup pot. Boy, what time is it? Yeah, that's right. What time do we brush our teeth around here? 12:30. What time do we brush our teeth around here? 12:30. I'm the one causing it. Are you kidding me? All right, now let's taste the witch's brew again. Okay, let's let that stew a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and add just a little bit of water. Hey, son. Question. What time are you gonna be brushing your teeth tonight? 12:30. Not what time you gonna be finding yourself with a black eye and everything you own unplugged. What time you gonna brush your teeth tonight? 12:30. Oh God. After you pick yourself up off the floor and stop crying because everything you own is unplugged? How many push-ups you want to do? 0. How many hot dogs do you think we could chew out of Chico? The Aztec cookbook says we could at least get 3. That's 2 for you, 1 for me. I want a Chico dog! Cash is ready to fight. Oh, God. Fucking Graham Hancock. That's one of my favorite fucking Graham Hancock fucking knowledge bits right there. For those of you unfamiliar with it, I was watching a documentary by Graham about the Aztecs, and he said, "Yeah, of course, you know when the Spaniards come over, they had German hounds with the fucking metal armor and shit coming at them." He said the Aztecs didn't know what to do. He said, "Well, now you got to understand, they had dogs, Chihuahuas." And they were mostly for food stock. Look out, Chico! Oh, God. So, Graham has brought great joy into my life. Because it's something I love to bring up every day. Somehow we're going to consume Chico, and I have consulted the Aztec cookbook on the best way to do so. Oh, gotta love me some Graham. That's just the things you get for watching too many documentaries on YouTube. Poor Tito. He said the Aztecs had dogs. Of course, they were Chihuahuas, and they were mostly for food stock. And I'm like, oh my God. I paused it and rewound it. I said, Seamus, come here. You know I did. You know I did. Oh, you gotta hear this. Oh boy. It's past my bedtime. Sorry. Oh, my soup's doing good though. Oh God, it tastes pretty good for early soup. It's still got hours to go. Yeah, base is tasting really good on it. You know how soup is after you just saute it in a crock pot for 6 or 8 hours. It's not ready to eat until then. Yep, it's past my bedtime. I'm anxious around midnight to go to bed. But I got up late today. I didn't really go to bed till 5, so yeah, I'm not feeling it. I got 4 hours of sleep no matter what time I go to bed, usually. Last night I was up for almost 30 hours after a road trip, so I was kind of grumpy this morning before I went to bed. After I woke up, I felt pretty good. Yes, that is the bean soup. That is it. And I showed the recipe. It's on the previous live show here. See, we only got like 3 to look at. I think we did cat cooking for catfish on the second video. The first actual video we did. The first one was a test run, but the second one I do believe either way. You can skim through them. Be like, is he cooking soup? Is he in the kitchen? Is he in the dungeon? Because we was in the kitchen for a while cooking. We went up there to cook fish. And I was thinking, well, I want some chicken noodle soup or some fucking bean soup or something. I want some soup for this weekend. If we're gonna get cold weather, uh, soup's on, man. Soup's on. I've been dying for soup all summer, but it's just too fucking hot. So, yes, this channel will have all of our live shows from now on. I'm keeping everything separate. This is not the learning channel. The learning channel is Angry Catfish Bricks. This is the dungeon. This is my corner. This is my corner. It's where we can hang out and talk about, like I said, things that you're not allowed to talk about anywhere else. If you want to talk about the moon, go somewhere else. Right? That's what you're told all the time. Well, here you go. So, just don't bring anybody here. It's gonna make me yell. This isn't for them. Yes, it's on this channel, Valerie. We just made it. It's cooking. It's cooking right now. You bet. From now on, if you want to see stuff that's not in the Pharaoh cell, this is the one to go to. You bet. We made bean soup and um, fish tonight. This is somewhere else, isn't it? This is somewhere else. This is your somewhere else. This is where you can go to talk about the fucking moon. Feel free to talk about it as long as you've watched it and understand what it means. Let's talk about it all day because that's what everybody should be talking about. I agree. I'm right there with you. But if you want good soup recipes, I'll give you a good base. You can spice it any way you want. Now, personally, I wish I had a little bit more green, which I might pick up tomorrow morning because I'm already thinking I might want to go get me some basil. I'm out of it anyways. It's only $1 at the dollar store. Might as well get it while it's here. Need it, and it wouldn't be too late to put it in the morning. Have it by lunch. We would have plenty of time to saute it with everything else. Enough, anyways. But yeah, at lunch, I'll probably be having my first bowl of soup out of that after it simmers all night. Can't wait. My first bowl of soup in months. I love soup. I used to hate bean soup, man. When my mom cooked that shit, it tastes like fucking beans and water. Basically, she burnt most of the time. Jesus. Oh my god, that woman would cook beef. I mean steak, good steak. I'd sit there with it in my mouth until it turned white. It just wasn't something I wanted to swallow. She had cooked all the flavor out of it, and by the time it got to me, it wasn't something I wanted to put in my mouth. That woman used to make me sit there with it in my mouth all night until it turned white. She wouldn't let me up until I swallowed it. I couldn't make myself do it. It made me sick. It's something as a kid, man, I just couldn't take her cooking. I am so glad my kid likes my cooking. I like my cooking, for fuck's sake. You should try my bean soup. It's good. Don't cook it like my mama. That girl can cook some cookies, but I mean anything else, man, nothing, nothing. She was good at baking a cookie. She wasn't even good at making cakes. She could make some cookies. Around Christmas time, she was worth having around. My favorites were Russian tea cookies. Those motherfuckers. Oh man, I love them to this day. Russian tea cookies, all powdered sugar, just sitting there, little decadent bites and deliciousness, just to melt all over senses inside your head. Ah, love them. So yeah, he and I make candy all the time too. Hardtack candy. We'll have to do that this year. Still having internet. But just because we switch around and go around behind Raw, I'm not convinced that we're going to lose the whole. I'm not convinced that they couldn't get it back up. That's going to be mild shit for some of the shit that's coming. It's like I said, I think we go into the tour after the shift around. That's the picture I'm getting. Just relax that magnet when shit gets. Mama's going to hold you down and roll behind Raw, change polarity. It's going to be crazy. Stay relaxed. Ah, mint. Nice. I grew mint in Fresno, and I had met some, well, not met, I lived with some Cubans. I have good Cuban friends. down in Florida, and of course, a real man's drink is mojito. Let me tell you something about freshmen. Oh my God, you got a gold mine there. See. um, shit. What did we use last year? I think it was root beer. Sometimes we use some, anything kind of hit you. And it's concentrate flavors, the extracts you use to make it vanilla extract. Uh, it's just you can't add it until the last moment. It's part of the. You got to cook the corn syrup and the water and the sugar and all that stuff down, and then you got to boil the fuck out of it. Then you got to continually test it in a cup of water, and when it's the right consistency, slap the fucking color in, slap the fucking flavor in. Get ready to be overpowered by intense fucking flavor. Stir that shit and pour it into your fucking. I already have like pan ready to do then, or little molds that are already greased up and sugar. You don't want flour, you need powdered sugar. That way it doesn't stick to you as long as it's powdered sugar. And it sticks to the candy once. And then you put it in the freezer. And I did. I put it in the freezer and then let it get hard, break it out of the molds, put it in cans, save them, which is usually what traditionally coffee cans with me. Tupperware, whatever you got on hand. Cornbread, yeah, I've got some cornmeal up there ready to go with it. You bet. I'm gonna do it right. I got red kidney, I've got black and Great Northern mix in the soup. I made it a mix. But I put the base in there, put butter in there, and some spices and shit. It isn't very fancy. Fucking beans, onions, butter. Put some lentils in there for texture and a little bit of different flavor, And what else did I put in? It's on video. Anyway, starting to get hot already in my dungeon. I'm hoping it cools down enough that it makes a difference because it was a hot day today. And I know I felt something hitting on the fucking head. So my whole skin's been crawling for the last 5 minutes. I know there's a spider on some there inside. And if you rewind it, I'm sure you can probably see what hit me on the head. Don't tell me if it was a spider. I don't know. I do fucking not want to know. I, I know something hit me on the head. Man. I kind of felt it at one point when I swiped at it the first time. I've been looking for it ever since. I can't find it. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah. Type of tea herbs. Yeah. You can make I've been there. A lot of it's good medicinal shit too. Guy with fucking arachnophobia working in the dungeon, man. That's just fucking funny, isn't it? Oh man, I feel like I've got cobwebs on me. I should be running down the street naked just right now. I should. I'm always telling people no fear, but I got a little tiny spider on me. I'm sitting here sweating bullets. I'm fucking sweating bullets. Look at that guy, no fear. There's a fucking spider on me, you know. There is though. God damn it! I know I felt it hit my head. I used to like D&D too. That's funny. As a kid, who didn't? I mean, you know, all right. Mhm. Yeah, I had a couple of years when I was playing. I didn't get really into it like some kids. I didn't make my own character, fucking 3D model or any of that shit. We just rough it, wing it, draw out maps, and go through and pick dungeon masters and do it totally fucking ass backwards, probably. But it was fun. we got books and stuff. We all had a book, different book. We had different monsters in it and shit. You know, we do different mazes. And it helped. You know, we had fun. It was something to do. Of course, we didn't have computers. You know how it goes. You know, D&D is actually a pretty big game online, too. I've seen it mentioned all over the place. I've tried a couple of versions of Dungeons and Dragons, like first person. And they didn't interest me. It's just too much. Too much time, too much stupid shit. I kind of like the games because I'm into my paying attention to my documentaries. I can go into like an Ebony style game where I can queue up and you gotta wait days till your castle's done. And all you gotta do is really check in, do your daily quests, and do your stupid shit. And things like that. Fucking, you know how those games take what 15 minutes every day. You set reminders, go off about this. Okay, I'm getting rich right now, you know. So over here mining. What was I mining today? I was mining for swords, shields, right as we speak. I like those kind of games because they don't require too much of it. Wow. So I've never lived anywhere near anywhere. I've been more than 4 or 5 in 4 years generally. This is going on my 5th year here. This is the longest place I've ever lived in one domicile. So I've never been around people to have played D&D that long with them personally. So that's pretty fucking cool. I don't know if the kids that I used to be around with played the D&D when I was around playing with the D&D with them. They might still. I'm pretty sure they all live in that same town still. What up, DYN? How you doing, man? Yeah, like I said, it seems to be a pretty big thing online nowadays too. See, it's definitely stayed alive. That's for sure. I gave some of the one-on-one games a shot. Not my style. It's too intensive, time intensive. What the fuck is it? Here's another game I like to play. Fuck, I can't even name it. I like to play it, but it's been so long I can't even think of the name. You know what? I know it's on this. What is it? Star Conflict? There you go. It's an old game. Star Conflict, but if anybody's ever played it, dude, I'm telling you, that's the smoothest, most awesome graphics. Even on a shitty computer, this computer chews it up. But I'm just saying, fuck, man, I love that game. It's you got spaceships. You're out there in all kinds of different backgrounds, blowing up aliens, each other. It's a PvP thing, and they have fucking spaceships, put up shields on them too. Cool, I like it. I like the game, but I haven't played that in at least 6 or 8 months. Well, since I got this computer, I downloaded the game onto it, played it for like an hour, and that was it. That's the last time. I really like that one. I like it because it's like a virtual sandbox. It's one of those virtual sandboxes. It's crazy, crazy how big worlds are, how continuous it is. I can still go in there. I ain't been in there in fucking a year, man. I log in there and go kill one motherfuckers. I'm busy at PvP in my little spaceship. I'll run me a couple of missions with the robots and get my controls back. But all right, because man, these motherfuckers are home again. The ships that you're driving, I'll tell you what. Get the fuck out my way! I'm gonna kill you. Nice, nice, CH. I'm still working on my OG, the Java OG. Well, I've got this beautiful hash. Colorado made changes in their law, and now you can actually get real hash. For some reason, you couldn't get real hash. It had to be like a wax. It's with the oil or some shit. For some reason, I don't know why, but they changed their laws. Now it's full shaked ass fucking pressed hash and fucking shook. Mm-hmm. Full terpenes, no like veggie stick. It's oily, good old fashioned, really good shit. I miss some good California strains out here in Colorado. You just don't get a lot of them. What's the matter? What's the matter? I thought we got Timmy out of the well. I thought what's, I thought we handled that. Didn't we get Timmy? Didn't we get Timmy out of the well? Is Timmy stuck in the well again? She done broke in again. Look at her. What are you What are you doing up there? Why are you whining at me? What do you need? You got you need something to drink? You need something to eat? You just want to come over here and get my soup. You know what? I'll be back. I know what she wants. I know exactly what she wants. I took a first taste of it. How can I go and not give her some? So yeah, let's go ahead and turn on that. And I'll be
Enki said that a solution is possible. Let us create a Lulu, L-U-L-U, a Lulu. That's a human, a primitive worker. The hardship work they will take over. Let this being carry the toil of the Anunnaki on his back. Astounded were the besieged leaders, speechless indeed they were. Who ever heard of a being created fresh? A worker who can do the work of the Anunnaki? They summoned Ninmah, one who of healing and succor was much knowing. Enki's words to her they repeated. Who ever heard of such a thing? To her they asked. The task is unheard of, she said to Enki. All beings have a seed from which they have descended. So that's an interesting conundrum there, isn't it? And that's why at the beginning of this book, they describe the genealogical and historical record of the Anunnaki and the importance of the bloodlines to them. And they describe their entire lineage on Nibiru. And that was a very interesting sort of capsule thing to look at, because it tells us 100% why the importance of the bloodlines is there for the elite running Earth today. And so right here, Ninmah says, we can't just create a being out of nothing. It's not right. A being has to have a seed, or has to have a lineage of something they came from. And as we're going to see from reading this, from what I understand from my research, the problem they had with humans and why they wanted humans to be destroyed, and Lil wanted humans to be destroyed, was the fact that, well, humans started to revolt. Because when they used their own DNA to make this slave worker, as we've read here, these Anunnaki weren't slaves. It was genetically imbibed into their structure of their bodies. They're not slaves. They were princes. They were kings. And so they overlooked the fact that when they tried to make their slave race out of them, they were inadvertently created a being, us humans, who will never, ever succumb to being enslaved. That's why they've had to resort to fluoride in the water and MSG in the food and chemtrails and electromagnetic brain entrainment like HARP and the programming of Madison Avenue and Edward Bernays and of the school systems. They had to create all of this stuff, folks, to distract us from the fact that we are genetically not inclined to be slaves. And so each and every one of you out there, from now on, in your daily life, when you're doing your slave job or whatever it is, always remember, never forget that you are not designed to be a slave. So your lack of wanting to participate in their system has, people try to tell you, oh, you're just a bum, or you're just lazy, or you're blah, 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 but you don't want to have a job, work in their system. You're a bum, you're lazy. No. You are trying to call me names because you are not hip to the fact that you are not supposed to be a slave. Just because you're comfortable in your slavery doesn't mean me or you or anybody else has to be. We were not meant to be slaves. It was a misjudgment. They made a mistake. They thought they could just, create something on this planet, on some stuff that was existing there, and have themselves a slave race and, to do their work, and they'd be done with it. But it was a big time error in judgment on their fact. And we see that from their other history of what we've read. This is why Enki, who was also what y'all wanted. These texts that we're reading, the Lost Book of Enki, for those of you that don't know, These texts are the very four texts that the elite have not wanted us to see for years and years and years and have wanted us to misinterpret, because these are the texts that he wanted, that he set up the brotherhood of the snake with, the brotherhood of the serpent. This is the stuff that mankind is supposed to know. And the reason we're supposed to know this is we're supposed to know that our true ancestors made all of the mistakes, nuclear war, they killed their planet, they made all these mistakes with technology, warfare, they wiped out most of their planet with nuclear weapons. And Enki says at the beginning of this, the reason he's having the person scribe this and write it down and put it there for mankind is so that mankind can find out what their forefathers did. And since we are from them and from their DNA, we have a very good chance, and of course, more than a chance, it's here, of going down the same road that they went down. But if you have this information, you can keep our planet from going down the same road these Anunnaki went down allegedly, then their whole system comes crumbling down, doesn't it? This is why the priest class and the Vatican and the Jesuit order, all this stuff were created. To give people bullshit stories and give them, not give them the context about things that could change the whole course of human history just by knowing and understanding. This is our calling here. They are telling us, look, go down the same route we did. Don't do what we did to your planet.
No,
and this is why people have,
here,
try to downplay this text and try to get you to not look at it here. Well, that's why we're reading it on the air, because no more.
You're still here, yo.
You are not supposed to be a slave, and you should never feel bad about not succumbing.
He's right,
to someone who wants to enslave you.
We're pedigree poodles.
Be it emotionally or financially or anything else. All beings have descended from a seed, one being from another over eons to develop us. No one ever came from nothing. How right you are, my sister, Enki said, smiling. A secret of the Abzu, let me reveal to you all.
Oh shit, secrets.
The being that we need already exists.
There he is.
All that we have to do is put on it the mark of our essence. Thereby a Lulu, a primitive worker, shall be created. So Enki did say to them, let us hereby make a decision and give blessing to my plan to create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence and fashion him. That looks like that's the end of tablet number 5.
He's the nice guy.
Yeah, this is the
he's the nice guy in
synopsis of tablet number 6. I'm reading some of that here for you. To the incredulous leadership, Enki reveals a secret. In the Abzu there roams a wild being akin to the Anunnaki.
He's fixing to pour
By
some shit in.
augmenting its life essence with that of the Anunnaki, it can be upgraded to be an intelligent primitive worker. Now, these parts, now this is the key thing that people need to understand. These parts right here that I'm reading that are in good English, they're synopsis of each tablet. These are the parts that are actually written by Zechariah. He's writing basically a little synopsis on what the tablet says. So don't confuse that with the actual translations themselves. Now, there is you can actually get ones that have been printed off and stuff like that, Sumerian text, and we get code keys for Sumerian language and interpret this stuff for what you can. But because of Christians' supposed connection to the CIA, which we've never seen documentation, but different things like that. In stuff that, well, he also says that they're coming to, that the Anunnaki want to come and save us, which is contrary to Christianity. So he's been demonized for a lot of reasons, and I'm not necessarily saying the guy's right either. But the fact of the matter is, these texts are there, and there has been a massive campaign throughout alternative media, mainstream media, everything else to keep us from ever looking at this. And they always just say, oh, Zechariah Sitchin's a spook or whatever else. He's a clown, don't listen to him. And so then people don't ever actually get a chance to understand and read and find out that these are actual real texts. These are 5,000-year-old texts that came from the Sumerian kingdom. It's there. You can do this yourself. So these little synopsises here are what's written by him, but I'm going to skip the synopsis and just get right into the sixth cabinet. We will create a primitive worker. We will fashion him by the mark of our essence.
It reads very much like this, though. That's the translation of the tablet.
Thus did Enki tell them the secret of the absolute.
I have
with astonishment.
I have college professors' versions of this same story. The only real difference is they actually don't accentuate never as much as Simpson does. Just for qualifier, I have like the College of London and shit. They just have readings of these things all the time.
There are creatures in the absolute, Enki was saying. They walk erect on two legs. Their forelegs they use as arms. With hands they are provided.
And the texts themselves are very repetitive.
They live.
It's fucking crazy.
They do not dress in any garments. They do not wear clothes. They eat plants with their mouths. They drink water from the lake and the ditch. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a lion's. With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders to Enki's words were listened to with amazement.
Okay, now, that whole list of they this, they that, they this, they that, each time in the text that he's telling this story to somebody different, they will go through that entire list of they that, because he's describing now to somebody different. And they will go through the same list of every person this motherfucker talks to in that text. It's so repetitive it makes you want to cry. That.
No creature like that has ever been seen in the Eden. Enlil said, disbelieving.
This is what Sitchin saves you from.
Eons ago, on Nibiru, our predecessors like that may have been. Ninmo was saying, it is a being. It is a being, not a creature. To behold it must surely be a thrill.
Those long descriptions are always the verse.
To the house
after
of
they come in with the chorus, I mean, they come in with a verse,
there
and then it's always that
for some of the beings.
Line in the
At the sight of Enki and the others, they jumped up with fists on the cage bars they were beating. They were grunting and snorting, making no words. Male and female they are, Enki was saying. Male hoods and female hoods they have.
See, later he'll tell this same story to
like us from the Bureau coming, they are
then he'll tell it to Anu. And they'll repeat that whole thing over and over again in the text.
Akin to ours it is, like two serpents it is intertwined, right there. So the essence, that's why he said that we had to put them add our essence to them. So when they refer to essence, they're talking about DNA. Because he says, just like ours, it is entwined like two serpents. That's why in the ancient Sumerian buildings and stuff, and structures that you see that you see the caduceus there for the people. That's what that represented. When their life essence, our life essence is combined, our mark shall be upon them. A primitive worker shall be created. Our commands he will understand.
Poodle! You fucking poodle.
Our tools he will handle. He shall perform the toil in the excavation. The Anunnaki, in the form of the Abzu, relief shall come. So with enthusiasm, Enki was saying, with the excitement of his words, that Lil was hesitating. This matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has been abolished long ago. Tools are the slaves, not other beings. You see, they're having problems with it. Because, they know slavery's not right. They know they're not slaves. So, they're having a sort of moral conflict here of making another being enslaved, which is with good reason. You see, they always. against enslaving another being at any time. A new creature, non-existent, you wish to bring into being. Creation in the hands of the Father of all, beginning alone is hell. Peter saying, we can't play God. So that's exactly what they did. These fuckers just went around all over the planet, setting up shop, telling the poor people of Earth they were God, and giving them some technology. I mean, all the religions of the world are based on this.
Yep.
So in opposing was saying, in Stern in his words, Enki said to his brother, "Not slaves, but helpers is my plan." It sounds like New World Order speak, doesn't it? Oh no, they're not slaves; they're helpers.
They're helpers. They're helping.
It's not a draft; it's a mandatory service.
Mandatory voluntary service.
Nice double speak there. Nice to see the double speak goes back, longer than just our civilization. The double speaking, Machiavellianism is nothing new. It's been around for a very long time.
Imagine that.
Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image will be made, he said. With a little change, it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed. So only a drop, only a little bit of our DNA. That's what they thought.
We're there.
That's what they thought. They thought that only a little bit, but what they found out is to get what they really want, to get a really good one, they had to use the most of their DNA, and what they ended up doing was they ended up using the most of their DNA with the white-skinned people that were found in the Caucasus Mountains region, and those became the Caucasoids, and those were the ones that were made with the most Anunnaki DNA, and since they were white, those were the ones that were put in positions of kingship, and to this day, that's where the whole origins of white power and white supremacy and all that stuff comes from, because they believe that because they were made with the most essence of the gods, that's why the divine right to rule for white people is there. That's honestly, that's where it comes from. That's the root of it. A grave matter it is. It is not to my liking, Enlil was saying. It is against the rules of planets.
Obviously.
By the rules of Earth, coming to it was forbidden.
Obama.
To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the Father of all beginning, it was not. So he came here to get gold. He didn't come here to become God.
Yeah, right.
After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninmah was the one to respond. My brother, Ninmah said to Enlil, with wisdom and understanding has the Father of all beginning endowed to us. To what purpose have we so been perfected, unless it is to make use of it? With wisdom and understanding, the Creator of all has filled our essence. To whatever using it we are capable of, is it not that for which we have been destined?
No, see.
With that which in our essence was granted, tools and chariots we have perfected. Mountains with terror weapons we have shattered. Skies with gold we are healing. So was Ninurta to his giving birth mother, saying, let us with wisdom fashion new tools, not create new beings. Let by new equipments the toil be relieved, not by slave beings. Where does our understanding lead us? Does it lead us to that which we have been destined?
Hey, why not? You're ready to
what knowledge we possess, we cannot prevent its use. Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end, it has been determined. For them, Enlil was saying, destiny it is, or fate it is. That to this planet we have brought no gold from the waters. To put Anunnaki heroes excavating the toil of primitive worker created to do its planning. My kinfolk is the question. So they're saying, is it destiny or is it fate? Because, the Anunnaki say, we believe that everything that is supposed to happen is going to happen. But how do they know if it's destiny or if it's fate for them to create the slave race?
Because this is the writing of the
It would
victor.
be very realistic from our perspective right now today to say that it was destined, wouldn't it? Is it from the beginning ordained, or is this coming about from us choosing? Yeah, it's a quandary. It's a philosophical quandary.
Definitely.
Because they're saying, you know, by us creating this new people, we're going to change the whole face of everything, of the whole universe. For the first time, we're going to create a. That's why we have so many questions. That's why we don't know where we came from. We haven't been allowed to know where we come from. Because according to the Anunnaki, everything else in the universe, every other creature in the universe knows full well where their species originated from, but we don't. And so they're saying, is that destiny? Is that fate? If we make it happen, then it's fate. It's not destiny. So it's a philosophical quandary. They decided to put the matter before anew. And they presented the council, the matter before the council. The elders, the savants, the commanders were all consulted. Long and bitter were the discussions. Life, death, fate, and destiny. Can there be another way to obtain the goal? Survival is in danger. If gold must be obtained, let the being be fashioned. The council decided so. So it shows you here that, sort of the regular people on the ground of the situation were having, philosophical quandaries about whether or not they should do this genetic manipulation or not. But of course, much of the same way as it is on Earth, they wouldn't took it before, the high council. High council, yeah, fuck it, do it. Do whatever you're going to do. We got to achieve our master plan. So who gives a fuck if we mess up the natural order? Create a fucking being, get the fucking gold, let's go. Let's do this right now. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Don't ask questions, do it.
Pretty much.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Let Anu forsake the rules of planetary journeys. Let Nibiru be saved. From Anu's palace, the decision to Earth was beamed. It delighted Enki. Let Ninmah be the helper of such matters. She has understanding in this. At Ninmah with a longing, he was gazing. Let it so be, Ninmah was saying. Let it so be, Enlil said. By Inugi was the decision to the Anunnaki and the Abzu announced. Until the being is achieved, to the toil willingly you must return. So they said, hey, that's fine. We'll build you guys a new fucking slave race, but your ass is going to have to get in there and mine that gold till we get this shit done, We breed enough of these fuckers to take over. So they're like, all right, we won't rebel. So there was disappointment, but rebellion there was not. To the toil, the Anunnaki returned.
When?
In the House of Life in the Abzu, how to fashion the being Enki to Ninmah was explained. So he starts talking to his sister Ninmah about how they're going to create the slave race and how they're going to do it, the technicalities of it. So, all right, let's get into the Lost Book of Enki for you here tonight. We left off last time. I'm going to just read about a sentence back here. They were was about to be a rebellion, a revolt of the Anunnaki that were mining the gold, and they returned to the work in exchange for the agreement for Enki to create a slave race. So he started explaining to Ninmah how he was going to do this. So that's what we're picking up tonight. To a place among the trees, he directed Ninmah. It was a place of cages. In the cages, there were odd creatures, the likes that no one had ever seen in the wild. 4 parts of one kind they had, and parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of 2 kinds by their essences combined to Ninmah he was showing to her. They returned to the House of Life, a clean place with brightness shining. They led her. In the clean place, Nigashita to Ninmah was giving and explaining the secrets of the life essence, the soul. How the essence from, essence, not going to need a soul, I'm sorry, DNA. How the essence from 2 kinds of creatures can be combined, he was showing to her. The creatures in the tree cages are too old. Monstrous they are, Ninma was saying. Indeed so, Enki responded. To attain perfection, for that you are needed. I need to know how the essences combine, how much of this, how much of that to put together. In which womb is conception to begin? In which womb should the birth be given? Implying that males have the ability to actually give birth, but males or females were designated as that.
No, it's Anunnaki or
for that, your succor and healing understanding are needed. The understanding of one who gave birth, who is a mother, is required. A smile on the face of Nimba because of the 2 daughters that by Enki she mothered and she well remembered. With Ningishzida, she surveyed the sacred formulas that on MEs were secreted. How this and that were done of him, she inquired. The creatures in the tree cages, she examined the 2-legged creatures and contemplated them. By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The 2 entwined strands separate and combine an offspring to fashion. Let a male Anunnaki, a 2-legged female, impregnate. Let a combination offspring be born, Nimrod did say. That we have tried, and it has resulted with failures. Enki responded to her. There was no conceiving, there was no birth. Now, this is the account of how the primitive worker was created. How Enki and Ninmah, with Ningishzida assisting, this is how the being was fashioned. They tried another way to obtain the admixture of essences. How the 2 strands, the double-strand DNA, how to combine another, how to combine the 2 strands of essences together, another way must be found. That which from the earth is the portion that must not be harmed. To receive our essence in graduations, it must be shaped. So they want to slowly add more and more of their own DNA to these earthbound creatures. From the ME formulas of the Viru's essence, only bit by bit could be attempted. In a crystal vessel, Ninmah was preparing a mixture. The oval of a female 2-legged creature she gently placed. With ME Anunnaki seed, she impregnated the oval. That oval she put back into the womb of the 2-legged female. This time there was conceiving. A birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth giving the leaders awaited with anxious hearts, seeking the results. The allotted time arrived and there was no birth giving. In desperation, Ninmah made a cutting. That which was conceived with tongs, she drew out. A living being it was. With glee, Enki shouted, "We attained!"
C-section.
Ningishzida with joy cried out. In her hands, Ninmah. So they had to cut the umbilical cord. They didn't know about that.
They had to
Once
go
they did
in
that,
and get
they were
it.
like, okay, cool, we got this. With joy, she was not filled.
There was no conceiving at
Shaggy
all.
with hair all over
birth.
was the newborn.
She had to go in and get it.
His
with
foreparts
tongs.
like that of the earth creatures.
They just
His hind parts like that of the Anunnaki. They let the 2-legged female nurse the newborn with her milk for him to suckle. Fast growing was the newborn. What was a day on the Viru was a month in the Abzu. Taller the earth child grew in the image of the Anunnaki. He was not. His hands were not suited for tools, and his speech was only a grunting sound. So they basically made a Cro-Magnon man. We must try once more, Ninmah was saying. The mixture needs adjusting. Let me try this or that, and let me try this endeavor again, she says. With Enki and Ningishzida assisting, they repeated the procedures. The essences in the MEs, Ninmah carefully considered. One bit she took from one bit she took out from another. Then in the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time, there was birth giving. This one more in the likeness was in the likeness of the Anunnaki. They let his birth mother suckle him. They let the newborn child grow. Appealing he was by his looks. His hands were shapen to hold tools. His senses they tested. They found they're deficient. This earth child could not hear. His eyesight was faltered. Again and again, Ninmah rearranged the mixtures of the ME formula. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet. Another, his semen was dripping.
Semen was dripping. That's rough.
So his sperm is falling out of this creature. What the hell is that? One had trembling hands. Another had a malfunctioning liver. One had hands too short to reach his mouth. One had lungs that were unsuited for breathing. Enki was disappointed by the results. A primitive worker is not attained to Ninmah, he was saying. What is good or is bad in this being by trials I am discovering. Ninmah responded to Enki, to continue for success, my heart prompts me. Once more an admixture she made. Once more the newborn was deficient. Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture, Enki was saying to her. Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself is fashioned of, perhaps this is what is missing. Not of Nibiru's crystal, to use the vessel, of the clay of the earth making. So this is the idea of mankind being created in God's image. Or I'm sorry, the idea of God creating mankind out of clay, these clay vessels. We have the reptilian statues that were stolen out of the Iraq National Museum that were also made out of clay. So she was putting the oval, the egg, in this crystal vessel that came from Nibiru, and Enki saying, no, make it from the earth. You're going to make a human creature. It has to come from the earth. The earth has to be involved in it. You can't just put it in the stuff that came from another planet. It's got to come from the earth because you're making it out of the earth.
Yeah.
Enki was possessed with great wisdom.
Yeah.
Perchance what is Earth's own mixture of gold and copper is required. Thus Enki, who knows things, prompting her to use the clay of the Abzu, made a vessel in the house of life and made it from the Abzu, or Earth's clay. As a purifying bath, that's why they call clay earth.
Who got gold and copper in his blood?
Earth and clay.
Everybody.
As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel. Within it to make the mixture. Gently into the clay vessel, the oval of an earth female was placed. The life essence from an Anunnaki's blood she extracted and placed in the vessel. By the ME formulas, the essence was directed, bit by bit, correct bit in the vessel was placed. Thus, the oval fertilized into the womb of the earth female, and she inserted it. There is conception, Ninmah with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time, the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands, Ninmah extracted the newborn. It was a male. In her hand, she held the child. His image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hand, she held up the newborn. Enki and Nigishzita were present. With joyful laughter, the three leaders were seized. Enki and Nigishzita were backslapping. Ninmah, Enki embraced and kissed. Your hands have made it, Enki said with a gleaming eye to her. They let the birth-giving mother suckle the newborn. Quicker than a child on the Nibiru, he was growing. From month to month, the newborn progressed. From a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the task were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding. Grunts and snorts were his utterance. Enki pondered this matter. What step should be done next in the mixture, he considered. Of all that we had tried and changed, one thing never altered, he said to Ninmah. Into the womb of the earth female, the fertilized ovum was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining obstruction. Thus, Enki was saying, Ninmah gazed with bewilderment at him. What in truth are you saying? Of the birth-giving womb I am speaking, to Enki was responding. Of who the fertilized ovum nurtures, who birth-giving carries, in our image and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki womb is required. In the house of life there was silence. Never before heard were the words that Enki was uttering. They gazed at each other about what in each other's minds they were thinking. Wise are your words, my brother, Ninmah at long last was saying. Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now, where is the female among the Anunnaki who will offer her womb? Perchance the perfect primitive worker we will create. Perchance a monster into her belly we will place. Let's see. We don't know what the fuck's going to come out of here. He might be some fucking monster. I don't know. Fuck it. Try it. Nice, right? Ninmah said to Enki with a trembling voice, let me of Enki, my spouse, inquire of that, Enki was saying. Now, let me go talk to my broodmare real quick. I mean, I know I fucked you twice, and you're my own sister, and I got you pregnant, and we had a couple of kids, but I still got my broodmare that I married, Enki. And this is my sister, my hoe on the side. So let me go talk to Enki, my stuff. She's popped out a few fucking shit rats. Let's go see if she'll pop out another one here. Hey, baby, I got a job for you. I need you to come open up that pie hole you got down there between your legs and squeeze the fucking earth baby out of it. What do you think about that? No, she said to Enki. The admixtures were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine. I shall be the one Anunnaki willing to provide for good or evil, face to face. Enki bowed his head, gently embraced her. So be it to her, he said. In the clay vessel, the admixture was made. The ovum of an earth female with Anunnaki male essence they put together. The fertilized egg Ninmah put into the womb of Ninmah by Enki was inserted. There was conception.
Oh, shit. Inserted.
The pregnancy by an admixture was conceived. How long will it last?
It's no time now. We're going to be begat.
Will it be 9 months of Nibiru, or will it be 9 months of Earth? Longer than on Earth, quicker than on Nibiru, travail came. To a male child, Ninmah was giving birth. Enki, the boy child, held in his hands the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts, and the newborn uttered proper sounds. So that's where we're told that comes from. Is that you don't slap the baby on the ass, they don't learn how to speak properly. And that's why they always do that. People ask, why do you slap the baby on the ass when they're born? Oh, it's just a tradition. They just do that. Or, they give you whatever bullshit explanation. No. That's not what they're saying here.
It's not what it's saying.
He handed the newborn to Ninmah, and she held him in her hand. My hands have made it victoriously, she shouted. And that's the end of that section.
My hands have made it. It's a puppy.
Yeah, drink here.
It's Pingle.
All right.
With pedigree.
Now this is the account of how Adamu, by his name was called Adamu, being Adam,
Adamu.
And the beginning of the Adamic race.
Yeah, imagine that. Shit, fuck.
And how Tiamat, as in Tiamat,
the mother of all,
as a counterpart female, was fashioned for him. The newborn's visage and limbs were carefully examined by the leaders.
Now we're fashioning.
His ears were in good shape, and they were not clogged. His limbs were proper. His hind parts like legs, foreparts were shaped like hands.
Hey.
Shaggy like the wild ones, he was not. Dark black his head hair was. Smooth was his skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin was. Like dark red blood was its color. Like the clay of the Abzu was its hue. They looked at its malehood. Odd was its shape. By a skin was its foreparts surrounded. Yeah, he had a foreskin. Unlike that of the Anunnaki malehood, it was a skin from its forepart was hanging. That's supposedly why they do that.
Imagine that. You try to worship.
That's why the Jews did the circumcision, you know, and you've got the 12 tribes of Israel, 12 tribes of Judah, 12 extraterrestrial races.
You're on something.
They supposedly that's why they cut the foreskin off and the rabbis suck the blood out of it and shit.
Yeah.
They literally do that. You can look it up. I'm not making that up. There's pictures of it online. You don't fucking believe me, look it up. Rabbis cut the fucking foreskin off and suck the blood out of it off the baby. It's a fact.
I love Josh.
They do that because they are trying to make the offspring of the Anunnaki. It's to take us and basically make us like them. Keeping the foreskin is supposed to make you, actually make you more human, I suppose. Let the earthling from us, the Anunnaki, by this foreskin be distinguished, so Enki was saying. The newborn was beginning to cry. Ninmah held him close to her chest. Her breast she gave him. The breast he began to suckle. And supposedly that's what one of these reptilian clay statues stolen from Iraq depicts. You can see the depiction of it. Supposedly that's what it is. It represents Ninmah suckling the human, the child, the prophet child they made to her breast. You can see that. And where did those statues go and why were they stolen? Question we all need to ask. Perfection we did attain. Me Gazeta with elation, he said. Enki was gazing at his sister, a mother, a son, not Ninmah, and a being he was seeing. And what name will you give him? Enki inquired. A being he is, not a creature. Ninmah cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers, his dark red skin, she was caressing. Adamu, I shall call him. One who is like earth's clay. One who is like the earth, the clay of the earth. That will be his name. For the newborn Adamu, they fashioned a crib in the corner of the house of life. They placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki was saying. Now a host of workers like him are needed.
He ain't even out of the crib. He ain't even put him in the crib. He's the worker.
As for himself, like a firstling, he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected. His essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying by this degree, Ninmah was greatly pleased. From here on out, whose fertilized ovals, whose womb are going to carry the fertilized ovals? Ningashita was asking. The leaders pondered the matter, and Ninmah offered a solution. From her city Shurabat, Ninmah summoned female healers, and she explained the task required to them. To the crib of the Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling to proceed. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninmah said to them. Your own wish is the decision. Of the female Anunnaki assembled, 7 stepped forward. 7 accepted the task. That's an interesting number. Let their names for all time be remembered, Ninmah said to Enki. Their task is heroic. By them, a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 stepped forward, each one on her name, was announcing the names Ningashita had recorded. Ninina, Shuziana, Ninmada, Ninbara, Ninmah, Musardu, and Ninguna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish were to be birth mothers on earth. Earthlings they were to conceive and carry in their wombs. Primitive workers they were to create. In 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu they were made. Ninmah placed ovals of the two-legged females in their wombs. She extracted the life essence of Adamu, and bit by bit she inserted into the vessel. Then, in the male part of Adamu, an incision she made, a drop of blood to let out.
This motherfucker's still in the crib.
This is a sign of life being that the flesh and soul have combined. Let it forever proclaim. So the combining, it represents, okay, they let the drop of blood out when they circumcise them, and it represents the combining of the flesh and the soul, which is exactly what the rosy cross on the Rosicrucian order means. The flower, the rose on top of the cross, represents the soul, the non-material part of the body, being crucified upon the body, the physical being trapped. So what they're saying here is that when the drop of blood comes out from the circumcision, that is a sign of life and the combination of the flesh and soul. So if a rabbi sucks that blood out, they take the blood of the combination of the flesh and soul into their bodies. I don't know about you, but that sounds like some cannibalistic alien shit right there if I've ever heard it.
Cannibalistic alien shit. Get him, Josh.
She squeezed the male part for blood. One drop of blood in each vessel she added to the mixture.
Cannibalistic alien shit.
In this clay mixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound.
He just spit it right out, didn't he?
In this clay mixture, earthling to the Anunnaki shall be bound, Ninmah was saying.
Cannibalistic alien
She was
shit.
pronouncing an incantation. Now that's interesting. You read Masonic historians, people like Manly P. Hall, they talk about the Kabbalistic origins of the creation of life. In the beginning, there was the Word. And that when you master the Kabbalistic system, of which I don't think you can even go into until you're what, in your 40s or something like that?
We got that.
But supposedly, if you really, truly master it,
We got that.
you can master the ability to create
We got that knowledge.
material life, material being, anything into creation using only the voice. So it's interesting that they do the circumcision, then she starts doing an incantation. Again, you see where the tradition of the Jewish rabbis and the Jewish stuff comes from. 12 extraterrestrial races, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones on the ephod communication alien device. Start to see the pattern here, folks. And so Ninmah was saying in incantation, she pronounced, "To a unity shall the two essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought. That which is of the earth and that which is of the Nibiru shall be forever bonded in a blood kinship." So was Ninmah pronouncing her words, Ningazita also recorded. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. There was conception, with anticipation was the allotted time counting. I lost my place. Hold on 1 second.
On your place, Josh.
So with Ninmah pronouncing, in the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. All the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born. Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines, they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created. Let the procedure be repeated. 7 more to undertake the toil. My son, to him Inky was saving, not even 7 by 7 sufficient shall be. Of heroin healers too much is required. Forever their task will be this way. Indeed, the task is too demanding. Glow beyond enduring it is. Female ones we have to fashion, Inky was saying, for males to be their counterparts. Let them each know each other as one flesh, the two to become. Let them by themselves procreate on their own, the childbirthing make.
Woohoo! Pour it
To
in.
primitive workers by themselves give birth, Anunnakis, females to relieve.
Oh, shit.
The formulas you must change from male to female make the adjustment. For a counterpart to Adamu is to be fashioned in the world of an Anunnaki female. Conception is needed. Inca gazed at Ninma directly. Before she could speak, he raised his hand. Let me this time, Ninki, my spouse, summon, with a strong voice, he said. If she is willing, let her be the mold for the female earthling to create. They, to the Abzu, to the house of life, summoned Ninki. They showed her Adamu, and all the matters of this situation were explained to her. Of the tasks that it required, they gave explanations of successes and danger to her. By the task, Ninki was fascinated. Let it be done, she said to them. Yeah, fucking here you go. I'll open up. Yeah, fucking put that bitch in me. Yeah. I'll shit one out for you. Shit out another fucking gold mining slave for you. There you go. There's another one. Let's keep cranking them out here. Maybe we can get this fucking gold in our atmosphere and save our asses here. Come on, let's go. Fucking 9 months for one of these things to be born. I've said that for the longest time. It seems that they allowed a population explosion to happen on this planet to get, their agenda achieved. And once they've got their agenda achieved, now they started instituting eugenics to get rid of those extra people that they created to get their agenda to fall. It's sick, man. But it's very much the real reality that's going on in this world.
Yeah.
There was conception in the allotted time. Ninki was in travail. A birth there was not. Ninki counted the months. At the 10th month, the month of evil fates, they began to call. Ninma, the lady who's had wounds that opened, made a cutter inside the incision. Her head was covered. On her hands, she wore protection. Also, they're doing a cesarean section, huh? A female to birth was given. The newborn's visage and limbs were then carefully examined. Of good shape were her ears. Her eyes were not clogged. Her limbs were proper. Hind parts, like legs, foreparts, but the hands were shaped. Shaggy she was not. Like beach sands was the hue of her hair, blonde. Her skin was smooth, as that of the Anunnakian smoothness in color it was. Ninma, the girl child, held in her hand, she slapped her hind parts. Proper sounds were uttered from the newborn. To Ninki, the spouse of Enki, she then handed the newborn to be suckled, nourished, and raised. A name will you give her? Enki inquired. A being she is, not a creature. In your image she is, after your likeness. Perfectly she is fashioned, a model for female workers you have attained. Ninki cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers she caressed her skin. Tiamat, let her name be, the mother of life. Like the planet of old, which the earth and the moon were fashioned, let her be called. From her womb's life essences of other birth givers shall be molded. To a multitude of primitive workers she shall thereby be giving life. Thus was Ninki saying, the other words of concurring were uttered. So there you go. So they've now bred themselves a perfect male and a perfect female, and are going to go about the business of continuing to see what they can do to use this. Very interesting, because you sort of get this idea that there was some care involved, but you just sort of see this hapless idea of, they're just going around, they don't know if the fuck's working, they're just going, I'll try this, it didn't work, trial and error. It's nice to see that trial and error is not something that exists just in our realm. It seems that, but this is where the elite get this idea of, experimenting on animals and experimenting on humans. And this mentality comes from the quote-unquote gods, the ones that fashioned mankind. That's why our rulers are so bloodthirsty and do the kind of things that they do. Because it's in their fucking DNA, it's in their blood to do that. It is genetically programmed into the elite to always do nothing but the continuation of the great work, and be damned anything that gets in its way. Be damned how many people it kills. The only thing important is their work, and you see them saying that here. The only thing that's important is that we mine the gold. The only thing that's important is that we fashion a slave race. Whatever we have to do to get our agenda accomplished is what we have to do. And, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't matter. We just got to try this until we get it to work. And you see that sort of same thing happen with countries and governments and everything today, don't you? You guys are like, fuck it, let's just keep trying until we get it right, Unbelievable stuff there. Great stuff out of Lost Book of Inky. We'll pick up more on that tomorrow night. And we're just a second here.
Ow. Hot. There's 2 colors down already.
Yeah, I'm going to have to find where I left off. Yeah, there we go.
Still 90.
Now this is the account of the Adamu and the Tiamat in the Eden. So let me try to find what page that is so we can all make sure we pick up on the next time. So I guess it's the end of 143 and the beginning of page 144. So yeah, 144. Let's all try to remember. 144. Okay, that's what we're going to pick up next time. All right, folks. We're going to have the Red Ice radio interview coming up for you next, the 2-hour interview that I conducted last week. It's going to be playing next on the network. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And, boy, looking forward to the future here. We continue to push on. Please donate to our work if you can so we can continue here. Running low on funds right now, so we can use any support we can get. TheGlobalReality.com is my website. Tube and banner donate button is there. Links to listen live. All of my films are all there. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you, and we will see you guys next time for the broadcast. Have a good one. Have a great night. Take care. I was walking down the street in the town I was born. I was moving to the beat that I never felt. So I opened my eyes and saw you didn't cross the sky. You really sucks now. Yeah, really sucks now. Really sucks now. Oh, this is the account of the Adamu and the Tiamat in the Eden. So I guess I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you where this is going. The Adamu and the Tiamat in Eden, which is Adam and Eve in Eden. But here it's Adamu and Tiamat in Eden, E-D-I-N. So it just smashes the whole idea of, all that's original stuff. That came from the Bible, yeah. Right.
Bible canon.
Long before that, Bubba. Here we go. This is basically the original story of Adam and Eve, I suppose. Here we go. In how they knowing appropriation were given and to the Abzu expelled. The Abzu, I guess, is birth of land. After Tiamat in the womb of Ninkin, she was fashioned. And 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu made Ninmah ovals of the 2-legged female. She extracted the life essence of Tiamat, bit by bit, in the vessels she inserted. And the vessels of the clay of the Abzu she made, and formed the admixture, incantations as the procedure befits she was uttering. I think I read this last night. Didn't I read this last night?
Yeah. Okay.
Or something similar to it. Some of this stuff repeats itself, so sometimes I can't remember whether I read it already or not. But We'll just read it again for the heck of it. Their features were proper. They were uttering good sounds. Thus, there were 7 female counterparts for the primitive workers created. 7 male and 7 female did the 4 leaders create for them. After the earthlings were thus created, let the males inseminate the females. Let the primitive workers themselves beget offspring. So was Enki saying to the others, after the allotted time, offspring's other offspring will beget. Plentiful will be the primitive workers' number. The toil of the Anunnaki they shall bear. Enki and Ninki, Ninma, and Ningishida were joyful. The fruits, elixirs they were drinking. For the semen and the 7 cages they made, among the trees they placed them. Let them grow up, malehoods and femalehoods attain. Let the males inseminate the females. Let them by themselves beget offspring. So they were saying to each other, as for Adamu and Tiamat, from the toil of the excavations they shall be protected. Let us to them the even bring over to the Anunnaki, therein our handiwork we will display. They want to take, basically they're saying they want to take Adam and Eve and show them to the Anunnaki. Say, hey, look what we did. This is our we've got our total slave race here. Aren't you proud of it? To Iridu and Eden in the city of Enki, Adamu and Tiamat were taken. An abode and an enclosure for them was built, for them to roam where they could. So they built them they seemed like a little dome. It was like, that's what Eden was, essentially what they're saying here. It was like a nature preserve, like a habitat. Their little, area, they let them frolic in, looking like we've always kind of thought of it. The Anunnaki came to the Eden to see them from the landing place they came. And what they refer to as the landing place is described previously here in Lost of the Eden, identically to the area in Peru where the Nazca lines are located, where we see evidence that it was a landing strip. They even describe here in the Lost of the Eden the shearing off of the mountaintops, which are indeed there in Peru where the Nazca lines are. So apparently they come down to the landing place, essentially Peru, Nazca lines, and then they travel in their ship from there over to, Sidonia, the 32nd degree parallel. They later became Samaria, Iraq. And Lil came to see them, and his displeasure was diminished once he saw them. Minerva came to see them. Ninlil did as well. From the way station on Lamu, which is Mars, Marduk, the son of Enki, also came down to see. It was a sight most astounding. A wonder of wonders it was to behold. Your hands have made it. The Anunnaki were the fashioners. The Agigi who were between Earth and Lamu shuttled and were also agog. Primitive workers have been fashioned. Our days of toil now can end, they were all saying. In the Abzu, the newborns were growing. For their maturing, the Anunnaki were anticipating. Enki was the supervisor. Ninma and Ningishida also came. In the excavations, the Anunnaki were grumbling. Patience to impatience gave way. Inugi, their overseer of Enki, was often inquiring. For primitive workers, the outcry he conveyed. The circuits of Earth, the orbits of Earth, rather, grew in number. Maturity of the earthlings was overdue. No conceiving among the females was observed. There was no birth giving. By the cages among the trees, Ningishida accounts of grass made for himself. Day and night he watched the earthlings to ascertain their doings. Indeed, he saw them mating. The males were inseminating the females. Conceiving there was not. Birth giving there was not. Enki pondered the matter deeply. The creatures once combined, he contemplated, none of them had offspring, had begotten any offspring. By combining the two kinds, by combining the Anunnaki and the humans, a curse had been created, Enki said to the others. Let us afresh examine the essences of the Adamu and the Tiamat, Mingazita was saying. Their MEs, which we're assuming is their DNA, will be studied bit by bit to ascertain what is wrong. In Shurabak, in the House of Healing, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat were contemplated. With the life essence of the Anunnaki males and the females, they were compared. Listen to this. Like two entwined serpents, Mingazita separated the essences. Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life were the essences. So, wow, 22 branches of the DNA corresponded to the, 22 branches of the tree of life. No coincidence there. Their bits were comparable. The images and likeness they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include. Another 2 bits of the essence of the Anunnaki present Mingazita to the other showed. 1 male, 1 female. Without them, there was no procreate. They had to add extra, extra little bits of their DNA to that. In the molds of Adamu and Tiamat, they were not included in the combining. Ninmah heard this and was distraught, and with frustration she seized Enki. The clamor in the Abzu was great. Mutiny is again in the making. Enki said, primitive workers must be procured, lest the gold extraction shall be ceasing. Mingazita in these matters learned a solution was proposed. To his elders Enki and Ninmah in the House of Healing, who whispered, let all the heroines who Ninmah were assisting sin away. They locked the door behind them, the 3 with the 2 earthlings alone remaining. Upon the 4 others, Mingazita, a deep sleep, descended into a deep sleep. The 4 he made unfeeling. From the rib of Enki, he extracted the life essence. The part with the rib. Whose rib? The rib of Enki. Into the rib of Adamu, the life essence of Enki, he inserted. From the rib of Ninmah, aka Isis, the gene of Isis, here we go. The life essence he extracted. Into the rib of Tiamat, the life essence he inserted. Where the incisions were made, the flesh thereon closed up. Then the 4 of them by Mingazita were awakened. It is done, he proudly declared. To their tree of life, 2 branches have been added. With procreating power, their life essences are now intertwined. Let them freely roam as one flesh, let thorn knots each other, Ninmah was saying. In the Eden's orchards to freely roam, Adamu and Tiamat were placed. Of their nakedness, they became aware. Of malehood and femalehood, they were knowing. Tiamat made aprons of leaves. So,
the context of this is what? This is at least 5,000-6,000 years old, older than the Bible, older than Christ, older than any of these tales. This is supposed to be the oldest shit on the planet, and they're doing mitochondrial DNA fucking extractions.
So they would be distinguished from the wild beasts. In the heat of the day, Enlil was strolling in the orchard. He was enjoying the shade there. Without expectation, Adamu and Tiamat he encountered. He noticed the aprons on their loins. What is the meaning of this? Enlil wondered. He summoned Enki to explain it to him. The matter of procreation Enki explained to Enlil. The 7 and 7 had failed to Enlil, he admitted. Mingazita examined the life essence and noticed that an additional combining would be. Great was Enlil's anger. Furious his words were.
Oh, he's mad now.
The whole thing was not to my liking. For acting as creators, gods, I had opposed. The being that we need, it already exists. Even you said this, Inky. All we needed to do was put our mark on it. Thereby we would fashion primitive workers. Healing heroines put them at risk. Ninma and Ninki were in danger. To no avail it was all. Your handiwork was a failure. Now the last bits of our essence to these creatures you have given. To be like us in procreation, knowing, perchance our life cycles on them you will bestow. He's saying, yeah, this is where you get into the moral conflict between the brothers Enlil and Inky. Because on the one hand, they both were in agreement that they needed to fashion a primitive worker race. But Enlil's idea was to basically make a non-conscious animal essentially that would do the work. And when they couldn't get that to happen, that was when Inky and the whole clan decided that, hey, we've got to put some of our DNA inside of them to make them be able to make what we need. But Enlil here is saying that perchance our life cycles will be, he's having a problem because they're saying, you're going to bestow our life cycles onto them. And that right there explains why humans have we should live for a lot longer than we do. The Anunnaki they orbit around the sun once every 3,600 years. So 1 year, which is a shar on Nibiru, is 1 year for them. But they started noticing when they came to Earth, that's why they had to build the slave race, that they were growing old and aging and dying rapidly here on Earth. And so Enlil's problem with this was that, you're going to create, by using their DNA, a species that would have a relatively short life because of the rapid orbit of the Earth around the sun. So he was concerned with that. And we'll find out later, this is why, of course, Enlil ordered the Great Flood and ordered mankind to be wiped out. But because Inky had love and compassion and saw the primitive workers as, his creations,
And the creator of all
this is where he created the spaceship and, kept the DNA essences inside of them so that they could, continue to thrive. And that's what this whole book of Inky is supposedly about. This is his account that he attempted to use to set up the Brotherhood of the Serpents in order to teach mankind in secret the history of the Anunnaki so that we would not repeat those same mistakes ourselves. And of course, they just relegate the stuff to the fringe and act like it has no historical context, when it in fact very much does. So, thus Enlil did speak angry words to Inky. Inky, Ninma, and Nikazita were summoned to pacify Enlil with words. My lord Enlil, Nikazita was saying, knowing for procreation they were given. The branch of long living to their essence tree was not. Ninma then spoke up to her brother. So they're again, admitting right there that they could add, more essence to the DNA, which would make them live longer if they didn't do that. So maybe that's what we should be looking for. How can we add stuff to our DNA to make us live longer? Obviously, it can be done. There's proof right there. Why isn't science on that? They know. They're full of well aware of that. Hey, Kissinger and Rockefeller are in their fucking 90s, and they're in better shape than some of us are.
Yeah.
Ninma then spoke up to her brother Enlil. She said, what choice, my brother, did we have? Just to let it all end in failure and let Nibiru face its doom? Or try by procreation to let these earthlings undertake the toil? Then let them be where they are needed, Enlil said with anger. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. There you go. There's the explanation of Adam and Eve from Eden, throwing them out there. Get them out of paradise, throw them out there into the fucking gold mines where we need them, and get their asses out there mining this fucking gold for us if that's what you want them to do. Don't put them here in a paradise and make them think they're free. Get them out there and make sure they know they're fucking enslaved. Sound familiar? Yeah, that's what it's just great stuff right there, isn't it? That's what all your religions are based on right there. Okay, so we're moving into the seventh tablet now. We're moving right on through this book. The seventh tablet. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. So did Enlil command the decree from the Eden to the Abzu, and the Adamu and Tiamat were expelled. In an enclosure among the trees, Enki placed them. He left them to get to know each other. With joy, Enki did see what Nigazita had come to be. Tiamat was now with child and frolicking. Ninma came to the birth giving to watch. A son and a daughter, twins, to the earth beings were born. With wonderment, Enki and Ninma watched the newborns. They watched how they grew and developed, and it was a marvel to them. Days were as months, months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreated. Before one shar of the Viru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. With understanding were the primitive workers endowed, of commandments they were comprehending. To be with the Anunnaki they were eager, for food rations they toiled well. Of heat and dust they did not complain, of backbreaking they did not grumble. Of the hardships of the work of the Anunnaki and the Abzu were relieved. The vital goal was now coming to Nibiru, and Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. The Earth mission was proceeding with satisfaction to all. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki from sisters and half-sisters from healing heroines took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Here we go. The watchers, they were watching Adam and Eve grow, watching their progression. And now what are these watchers doing? They're procreating with these earth beings that have now been born and having children by them. Uh-oh. This is going to be problems. This is going to be trouble. Though by the life cycles of Nibiru they were endowed, by earth cycles they were quickened. When on Nibiru they would still be in diapers, on earth they became a child. When who on Nibiru began to crawl, they on earth were running around. Special joy there was when to Nanar and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son they were, Iana and Utu by Ningal they were named. With them, a third generation of Anunnaki on earth were present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated. Some olden chores were divided easier among the offspring. They were made to the olden chores, new tasks were added. Upon the earth, the warmth was rising, vegetation flourished, wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier, rivers were gushing. Abodes, houses were in need of repair. Upon the earth, the heat was increasing. The snow-white parts with water were melting. That's it, global warming. Wasn't cars running around back then, but the earth started getting hotter, right? The ocean started to rise. No SUVs running around doing that back then, right, guys?
Yes.
The bars of the seas and the oceans were not contained. From the depths of the earth, volcanoes and fire and brimstone were melting. The grounds were trembling each time the earth was shaking.
Definitely must be coming there.
In the lower world, the snow-white hued place, the earth was grumbling. At the tip of the Abzu, Enki made him a place for observing. So the earth's undergoing catastrophic changes. The watchers have now mated with their creations. In other words, they created these, this slave race and then themselves, had children with them. And this is where you start to see the beginning of the separation of the bloodline. And we're going to start moving into more and more of this, these cataclysmic changes happening on Earth, and the judging of the creatures, the rest of that, the finding between Lil and Empty. It's getting interesting. So, page 152, page 152, that's what we'll pick up next time.
And begatting.
We left off last time.
Just fixing to begat the fuck out of begatting.
The earth is starting to tremble and shake. Children of the sun begin to wake.
Inky ain't even started.
Sorry, never mind.
Inky ain't even got
but
started.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Since the grounds were trembling, and each time the earth was shaking, hey, maybe that's where Zeppelin got that shit from. Most of their stuff comes from, a lot of their lyrics came from occultic stuff. And
that's funny shit.
Left and right. Drew Page is the fucking warlock. To his son Nergal and his spouse Ereshkigal, he therefore entrusted command to them. A thing unknown, an untoward thing thereunder is brewing. Nergal to his father Enki said, in Nibiru Key, the place of the bond of heaven and earth, Enlil was watching the heavenly orbits go by. By the immies of the tablets of destiny, celestial motions he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens, Enlil said to his brother Enki. From the planet Laranu, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki, his father, was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing us, and annoying dust storms they are raising on earth. So Marduk to his brother Enki was beaming his words. In the hammer's bracelet, turmoils are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstones from the skies were falling. Pitless demons, havoc causing violently, they approach the earth. Now, what's interesting is this being caused because of the orbit of the Viru coming close to the earth and the cataclysmic effects that it's said to have on our planet when it gets closer? That's what I think is it. That's what I think you're referring to. I could be wrong about that. Into flaming fires in the sky, they were bursting. In a clear day darkness, they were causing storms with evil winds that raged around.
Oh my God.
Like stony missiles to the earth, they were attacking. Well, the hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt. So I guess the asteroid belt is for hammering Earth asteroids.
Lazarus Comets.
Kingu, Earth's moon, and Lamu,
that's Sean.
which is Mars, was too affected by these comets. The faces of all three were covered with countless scars. Enlil and Enki to Anu the king were beaming urgent words. They alerted Nibiru's savants. The Earth and the Moon and Lamu, Mars, are facing an unknown calamity. From Nibiru, the savants were responding, and their words from the leaders' hearts were not calming. In the heavens, the family of the sun were taking stations. The celestials, of whom Earth is the seventh in a row, were choosing places. Again, 5,000-year-old text here, folks. In the heavens, Nibiru was approaching. The sun's abode, it was nearing. By the 7 in a row range was Nibiru distracted. The path through the hammered bracelet, it was missing. From the bracelet, bits and pieces it had been displaced. So Nibiru is passing close to the Earth and its orbit around the sun. It starts displacing pieces of the asteroid belt.
Sounds kind of like what we're listening to today, doesn't it?
Bereft of the celestial bar, Lamu with Mumu near the sun were crouching. In the heavens, Lamu was abandoning her glorious dwelling place. Toward Nibiru, she was attracted to the heavenly queen, a queen of heaven she wished to be. To quell her, Nibiru made a monstrous demon appear from the celestial heat. A monster once playing host to Tiamat by the celestial battlefield fashion.
Beat the fuck out of
The mystic celestial heat made its way by Nibiru and was from its slumber awakened. From the horizon to the midst of heaven, like a flaming dragon, it was stretched. 1 league was its head, 50 leagues was its length, awesome was its tail. By day, the skies of earth did darken. By night, upon the face of the moon, a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers, the celestials, Lamu was calling for help. Who will obstruct the dragon? Who will stop and kill it? She was asking.
Mars getting attacked.
Only valiant Kingu, once Tiamat's protector,
The moon.
stepped forward to respond. To intercept the dragon in its path, Kingu was making haste. Fierce was the encounter. A tempest of clouds upon Kingu was raised. By its foundations, Kingu was shaken from the impact, and the moon quaked and shaked. Then the heavenly havoc was calm. Nibiru was returning to its distant abode in the deep. It was going back to its normal orbit. Lamu did not abandon its place of dwelling. The stony missiles upon the earth in Lamu ceased their raining. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Ninurta gathered. They undertook a surveying of the havoc on earth. The foundations of the earth Enki surveyed, and he examined what had befallen of its platform. The depths of the oceans he measured, in earth's far corners the mountains of gold and copper he seen. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, Enki was saying. In the Eden, Ninurta was the surveyor, where mountains trembled and valleys shook. In his skyship, he soared and journeyed. Here we are, 5,000-year-old takes only talking about people flying around fucking skyships. No big deal. Now, again, ask yourself why this is the first thing they did when they invaded the Iraq National Museum in 2003. Why was the first thing they did was go in and get, text like this, so we can't shoot it. Duh, hello. The landing platform was intact in the valleys of the north. The earth's fiery liquids were pouring. So Ninurta was telling his father Enlil about sulfuric mists and bitumen that he was discovering. On Mars, the atmosphere was damaged. Dust storms were interfering with life and work. So Marduk said to Enki, I wish to return to Earth. He disclosed to his father, Enlil, whose olden plans betook himself. What cities in his past he planned he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established, to the others he was saying. He wants a landing pad in the Eden. He didn't want to have to land over at the national line to really fly all the way over there. He wants front row service. The olden designs that lay on the crystal tablets he showed to them. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward the view from Earth, we must be able to do. Enlil was saying to them. The count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shards. So they've now been on Earth, 80 shards, with the shards, how long it takes the view to go around the Earth. The Earth goes around the sun, or I'm sorry, go around the sun, but the Earth goes around the sun much quicker than that. So they age a lot faster. Now, this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk. Well, you've seen some of David Hatcher Choker's research. He's got some stuff some evidence, pictures, photographs, where he's taken, a picture of the moon, and it serves close up, from telescopes from 1 year, and then shows that same area 2 years later, and you can see tracks, and you can tell where stuff has been mined. Somebody's been up there mining the moon for a very long time.
I've seen that shit.
Well, I'll leave that up to you to guess.
There's a reason we ain't up
I
there.
have a feeling that's where it's going to go here.
We
They're
got chased off.
Gold and all that stuff on
And
the
it
moon.
was like, oh shit.
Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk,
fucked
and
up.
how
I saw him
Enki
going home right now.
determined the 3 ways of heaven in the constellation.
Shit.
Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibiara, the metal city, be established. From there, let the gold from Earth to Nibiru in the chariots be directly carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tibera the commander, to them the words he was saying. Enlil, to the words of Ninurta, his son, gave heed. He was proud of his son's wisdom. To Anu, the king, Enlil quickly conveyed the plan. He said to Anu, let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from earth to Nibiru be carried.
I got color while y'all was
directly to earth from Nibiru, let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan, my brother, Enki was saying to his father Anu. A great disadvantage it is holding in its core. The net pull of Earth, its gravity,
I have about 10 of those made up.
Is much greater than Mars.
Already, so I'm making the cheap
to overcome the gravity, we shall exhaust our powers. Before there is rush to deciding, let us examine an alternative. Nearby, the Earth the companion has, the moon it is. Smaller is its gravity. Ascent and descent thereon will require little effort. Let us use it as a way station. Let me and Marduk thereto journey. The two plans I knew the king before the counselors and savants considered presenting. Let the moon first be examined, the king did advise. Let the moon first be examined, I knew, to Enki and Enlil being the decision. Enki was greatly joyed. The moon to him was always alluring. Isn't that interesting? We'd be reading this once and only be reading this night on a full moon. We're talking about Enlil and Enki going to the moon. Obviously, here, as they're saying, here to set it up as a way station. Maybe that's why, there's been this thing where, people have been kind of afraid of the moon. Maybe they're up there using it as a way station still to this day. Who knows?
Yeah, and it goes on. Some all kinds of people talk about
whether somewhere
a lot.
It was hiding water, and what atmosphere it possesses, he always wondered. Isn't that interesting? That Enki was wondering, if it had water. And of course, what did we do? We, straight out of Mr. Show, we blew up the fucking moon. Oh, we're going to blow it up, find out if there's water there. And India's going, hello, Mr. America, we already found the water. Why did my Indian sound like a Mexican?
I don't know, I'm not sure. You're not a very good impersonator.
Its sleepless nights, its silvery cool disk with bewitchment he observed. Its waxing and waning and going of the sun it played, a wonder of wonders. What secret from the beginning he wished to uncover?
He's really good at that.
In rocket ship, Enki and Marduk did journey to the moon. Thrice, they circled the Earth's companion and created a deep wound, or they observed a deep wound that was created by the dragon. By many hollows, the handiwork of smashing demons had marked the face of the moon. In a place of rolling hills, they set the rocket ship down. In its midst, they landed. For the place the earth they could observe, and the expanse of the heavens. Eagles' helmets they had to don. The
Eagle Commander!
breathing was insufficient. With ease they walked about. In this and that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. So maybe this explains, that they were sitting at the way station there. There's that thing called the Shard. You guys ever heard of that? The Shard, Shard. You can type the Shard on the moon into Google. You should find that. It's this fucking structure. It's like a tower for giants.
It sure is.
This thing's like 20 miles thick or something like that. I mean, it looks like this giant tower that was made for, to the scale of giants. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's why there's been so much, obfuscation and lies about what's really on the moon.
Do you think?
With ease, they walked about any direction they wanted to. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it is for a way station. It is
They were making
unsuitable.
this shit up on mushrooms? Really?
Marduk said to Enki, "Let us abandon this place and let us return to Earth. Do not be so hasty, my son." And Enki said to Marduk, "Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing of the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging. With our instruments we can scan the distant heaven. A handiwork of the creator of all in this solitude we can admire. Let us stay and observe the orbits of how the moon circles the earth and how the earth is making its orbits around the sun." So Enki was agitated.
Wait a minute, it's not
By the
black!
science and was saying to his son Marduk. Marduk was persuaded by his father's words. In the rocket ship, they made their dwelling, their home. For one orbit of Earth and for 3 orbits on the moon, they remained. Its motions about the Earth they measured. The duration of a month they calculated. For 6 orbits of Earth, for 12 orbits around the sun, they measured Earth years. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Then to the sun's quarter they gave attention. To the paths of Munu and Lamu they studied. For the Earth and the Moon, Lamu, Mars, constituted its second quarter. 6 were the celestials of the lower waters, so Enki was explaining to Marduk. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were. Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimu, Gaga and Nibiru. These were the 6 other planets. And I believe Gaga was the original name of Venus or Jupiter or something like that. Maybe it was Jupiter. Which one was also known as
like 30 to choose from.
Venus, Jupiter, one of the, whichever one it is. That's what Gaga relates to. So then you got Lady Gaga, Lady Lucy, blah, blah, blah. We don't see what Lady off. But, yeah. I want to point that out. It's 5,000 little text.
That's why I'm
It's pretty
saying.
obvious when the cultures is
That's
wrong.
5,000 year old text. God knows.
That's why they don't want you to know this. Because then you'll be able to point out, when you see Lady Gaga on TV, you see, some video where she's got Sirius in the background and 2 dogs flanking on both sides. God, the dog star, rising star. I mean, my God, I think you could be more Illuminati than that. And most people just don't see it because they don't read.
Because it's not serious.
12 they were in all.
Blue Star, the dog
Of 12 did the son and his
Stars.
family finally make the count.
It's fucking raw.
Of the most recent upheavals,
Sirius is
Marduk
one of
was
those
inquiring to
grassy
his father
knolls.
Enki.
It's a grassy knoll.
Why have
Sirius,
7
grassy
celestials in a row taken place? Their circuits about the
It's a
sun,
blue
their
star.
orbits, Enki then
It's a blue
considered.
star, so is raw.
Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of Earth and Moon therein on a chart Enki marked out. Now,
They talk about the system.
My
It's
question
just Josh doesn't understand what he's reading.
is that he's talking about,
Look, neither
more-
did Sitchin. Nobody. Well, okay, somebody did, but I mean, dude, they. Josh don't know what we know. That's what I'm saying. They're reading about the system that comes with this. They like I said, they don't mention it too often, but there was one of them. They were talking about the blue,
marking out the
sun.
positions of the Earth and the Moon on a
Blue
chart
fucking sun.
and showing, where the planets are in relation to the sun.
We got to.
My question about that is that the same thing that we've seen in some of the Sumerian artifacts? There's a Sumerian artifact that I've seen that's over 5,000 years old, long before the times of telescopes or anything else, and it's exactly that. It shows the planets in addition to 2 that we allegedly don't know about or talk about right now.
And they say that's 2
Added
planets.
to it, they're all in the right
not
position
2
around the
planets,
sun.
man. Those motherfuckers are suns.
So this could be where this information originally came from. They got it on the moon and then brought it back to Earth and gave it to the primitive people later on.
I mean, that's what they were depicting.
They weren't
Same reason why we see the
planets.
caduceus.
The planets, it's not.
Representing Inky genetic manipulation being its first usage in Inca Siberia on the rock carvings there. Same one that's used today in the medical field. That's
Obviously.
why. Because the medical field is based on the original medical field, which was the technology that the Anunnaki had that they gave to mankind, which was
the missing piece nobody's had though is Ra and Horus, the red and blue Kachina, of course, the dark star, the black sun. That's all Ra, and then we got Nemesis and Vulcan and Herboculus, all the red suns that destroyed the red and blue Kachina. We wrote about this in every culture in the world. And this is it in cuneiform. And like I said, I really don't like this because it doesn't go into the system. You got to keep in mind all of this that we're listening to is the writing of the victor of a war. First off, they had to dehumanize us. And they didn't, they'll tell you they didn't even understand what we were drawing ourselves. Although we didn't have spoken language, it really bothered them. They had to give a speech to divide us. Anyways, I'm going to let Josh continue on here. I am almost full in my can. I'm thinking
DNA, how to extract it and use it for whatever purposes. Manipulation and everything else.
One or two more, then I can get some water in the ACs.
By the motions of Nibiru, of the sun, not a descendant, the width of the great band he outlined.
I got room for one more.
The way of Anu, the king. Inky decided to name it. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars were observed by the Father and Son. By their proximities and groupings, Inky was fascinated. By their orbit of the heavens from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12 he gave. To each one he designated a station. By names they were to be called. And notice how anytime they always say that anytime anything is given a name, when you give it, they indicate giving a name to something separates it from being, just an animal or something, and actually indicates that it's a living spiritual entity. Then in the heavens below, the way of Anu, whence Nibiru is approaching the sun. He designed a band-like structure, the way of Enki, he designated. To it, 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil, he called it. 13, therein to the stars and 12 constellations he assembled. 12 constellations, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones in the ephod communication device, 12 extraterrestrial races. Starting to get the idea here. 36 for the stars' constellations and the 3 ways where they were located. So we will position the Earth, position designated as it travels around the sun. The start of the cycle of celestial time will measure. When I on Earth had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named. The age of Pisces. He's openly talking about setting up what we know as the time period that an age. Inky says, when I arrived on Earth at the station that was ending, which here, that's what we're referring to as an age, as a station. The age that was ending was named the age of the fishes, or the age of Pisces. The one that followed after my name title, he of water, I call it. Inky was saying this with pride and satisfaction to his son Marduk. Your wisdom embraces the heavens. Your teachings, any own, extend. Sorry. I'm trying to see. I have to try to kind of fucking make this sayable. Your teachings, any own understanding, extend. I don't know what that means. Your teachings extend understanding is what it's supposed to say. There you go. But on Earth and Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated. Marduk said to his father, my son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? To him, Enki was saying, the secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth I have shared with you. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki were toiling in the Abzu on earth, when that ceased, and you sent the primitive worker to fashion, not my mother, Ninmah, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you was summoned. Not I, but Ningishzida, the younger you invited to help. With them, not with me, your knowledge of life and death you did share. My son, Enki, responded to Marduk. To you, command was given of the Agigi, the workers, and of Mars to be supreme. You were given rulership over Mars and its workers. Alas, my father, of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down to Endu and establish it, which is Earth. Yet Iridu is in Enlil's domain. Yours is in the distant Abzu. I am your firstborn by your legitimate spouse on the Biru I was born. Yet the gold in the city of Ninurta is assembled therefrom to send or to withhold it.
You know you're right in my way.
The survival of the Biru is in his hands. It is not in my hands. Now that we are returning to Earth, what will be my task? Will I to fame and kingship faded, or will I be humiliated? In silence, Enki embraced his son. On the desolate moon, he made a promise to him.
Just lay down right there.
Of that of which I have been deprived of you, the future lot shall be. Your celestial time will come. A station adjoining mine shall be yours. So there he says, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna make sure, you feel like you're part of it. We're gonna see more of these conflicts coming up between conflicts coming up between Lil and Enki and apparently, from what I understand from reading some of these other stories, that the workers start to revolt. They don't want to be enslaved because they've been made with too much of this princely DNA of the Anunnaki, and they just out and go fuck them, wipe them out, great flood, whatever. But Enki was the one that said he would have had compassion. This is the whole thing of Lucifer and the devil and Jesus, and you see where all these myths come from. All this stuff originates out of ancient Sumeria, and this is the big reason why there's been such a moratorium on this info, because we really don't want people.
They don't want people making the connection between planet heaven and their religion worldwide.
Really just don't want people to see
the evil commander.
Unbelievable stuff with it. Well, I'm glad you guys tuned into the show with me tonight. We're going to leave it right there and pick up next time on the account of Sipar and the place of the chariots in the Eden. Let me make sure to see what place this is. 160.
No, my soup cooking. Smell good down here. Yeah, now my can is fucking full. Full. So I'm full and fucking hot. It's fun. I'm tired. What the fuck time is it? It's gotta be late. Where we at with Josh Reeves? What's up, y'all? Hardcore motherfuckers hanging out. Kim Catlin, the Valley. We are now starting. We're in the middle of fucking 5. Moment.
This is the account of Sipar,
shit.
The place of chariots.
Shit. Okay, I'm gonna pause that. Or no, I'm not. Why did I pause it? Because I'm too hot. That's how I'm going to turn off my gas.
Periods in the Eden. We've established that the Eden, E-D-I-N, is, of course, Eden we all are familiar with already. For many, this is the account of the Sipar, the place of the chariots in Eden, how the primitive workers were returned to Eden. So the primitive workers that were cast out of Eden were then returned to Eden. So this is where we're picking up tonight. For many circuits of the earth, from the earth were father and son absent. No plans were implemented on Earth, and on Lamu, Mars, the Agigi workers were in turmoil.
Personalized glow-in-the-dark butt plug
And Lil sent Anu secret words about his concern and beamed them from Nibiru to Anu. Enki and Marduk have gone to the moon. For countless orbits now, they are staying. What they are doing is a mystery. What they are scheming is not known. Marduk has abandoned the way station on Lamu, on Mars. The Agigi are a god. By dust storms, the way station has been affected. What damage there is to us is not known. The place of the chariots in the Eden must be established. Therefrom, the gold can be carried directly from Earth to Nibiru. No way station on Mars shall henceforth be needed. The plan of Ninurta it is. Great matters, great understanding in these matters he has. Let him establish a place of the chariots near the bad Tibiara establishment. Let Ninurta be its first commander. Anu gave much consideration to the words of Enlil and said to him, Enki and Marduk are returning to the earth. What have they found out about the moon? From the moon, Enki and Marduk departed and returned to earth. Of the conditions there, they gave an account. A way station is unfeasible now, they reported. Let the place of the chariots be built, Anu was saying. Let Marduk be its commander, Enki was saying to Anu. The task is set aside for Ninurta, Enlil was shouting angrily. For the Agigi, the Anunnaki workers, their command is no longer needed. Marduk has knowledge of these tasks. Of the gateway to heaven, let Marduk be in charge. So Enki did say to his father. Anu contemplated the matter with much concern. Rivalries have now affected the sons. With wisdom, Anu was endowed. With wisdom were his directions. The place of the chariots for the new ways the gold is to handle is designated. Let us henceforth come in the hands of a new generation place. Neither Enlil nor Enki, neither Ninurta nor Marduk shall be in command. Let the third generation take responsibility. Let Utu be the commander. Let the celestial place of the chariots be built. Let Sipar, the bird city, be its name. This was the word of Anu, unalterable. It was the word of a king. In the 81st Shar, or year of Nibiru, was the construction started. The plans of Enlil it followed. Nibiru Ki was in the center. A navel of the earth by Enlil it was designated. As on circles by their place and distances in the olden cities they were located, which is another reference to what we discussed earlier here in the book, with the creation of the face on Mars. See, they like to. The interesting thing about, according to these texts, is that the Anunnaki had a.
Let's get into that air conditioning because that fucking shit feels good. And the dogs are bugging. They're like, where the fuck are you at bugging? Chica's bugging, everybody's bugging. They're like, is he coming up? Is he coming up? I just turned off my oxygen. Oh my god. Alright, word of warning. Word of warning. if you're gonna try the fucking recipe I did today in soup, you probably shouldn't, because you'll find yourself addicted. The shit is good. I'm just tasting it a little bit. It's like bacon and bean soup. It's mostly bacon and bean and butter and onions, and a little bit of lentils. But I'm gonna tell you what, it tastes fancy. It's some damn good stuff. I was like, oh dude, I just burned my tongue giving my shit a taste test because the smell test told me you might want to pop some of that in your lips. And I was like, oh yeah, it's been cooking all day, hadn't it? On low. But now the beans are starting to, everything's starting to blend, you know? It's starting to get to that, where it's starting to, instead of water with a bunch of stuff in it, it's starting to get the consistency. The beans are starting to break down a little bit more, and the lentils are actually starting to thicken it all up. And yeah, that'll cook all night before I eat any of it. It's like a little crock pot over here. Simmer that shit. And good thing I don't sleep too much, because I mean I'll be able to keep an eye on this motherfucker every 3 or 4 hours. It's good. So I'll let you look at it. Too bad you can't smell it. Fucking hot. So there's the bacon and bean soup. There's 3 bean soup with, like I said, a little bit of lentil in it. And it really is pretty fucking good. I'm excited. I'm ready to cool down for a minute. Then I gotta take a shower. Get into some boxers and some bed. I'm sorry. Oh, go on, man. What's new, right? I always say at the end of the day, at least I enjoy my job. I don't have to work all that hard. It's just really hot. Really hot. See, I'm sitting down. I am nowhere near ready to sit down. I'm ready, but I'm nowhere near. I need something to drink. Let me plug in Josh first. So y'all ain't sitting here. What the fuck's wrong with that old man? I already told you.
They had a hard on for building stuff in similar locations as to how they built it on the beer river. It's very premeditated. This is why you had the face on Mars on the 33-degree parallel on the place on Mars known as Cydonia, where pyramids were also found. And then, of course, in the area of ancient Mesopotamia, which is now Iraq, it was once firstly known as Cydonia as well, also located on the 33rd-degree parallel. So they really had a penchant for building things where you know, they liked building things that was familiar to them. They would build things, it seemed, that were very close and similar to how they had it on their own planet to remind them of that. Like an arrow from the lower sea, they were arrayed pointing towards the mountains. A line on the twin peaks of Arata to the skies in the north reaching, he drew. With a pointing arrow, the Arata line intersected. The place for Sipar, the earth's place of the chariots, he marked out. To it, the arrow directly led from Nibiru Key by an equal circle, precisely located. Ingenious was the plan. By its precision, all were made to wonder.
Fucking who's doing it?
In the 82nd Shar, the construction of Sipar was completed. To the Hiru Utu of Enlil, the grandson, its command was given. An eagle's helmet was fashioned for him,
Oh,
and
shit.
with eagle's wings he was decorated.
See, it's always about the eagle.
It was the first
helmets,
chariot from Nibiru to
eagle
come directly
wings,
from Sipar,
Eagle Command.
and Anu was traveling there as well to view for himself the installations that he desired and to marvel at what was attained that he wanted. For the
That's what I
occasion,
wanna
the
talk to.
Agigi by Marduk commanded from
Those are the
Mars to
guys.
come to Earth. From the landing place from the Abzu, the Anunnaki were assembled. There was backslapping and hailing, a feast and a celebration. For Anu Mana, Enlil's granddaughter, singing and dancing presented. With affection, Anu kissed her. Anu-Nitu, Anu's beloved, he fondly called her. Before departing, Anu assembled the heroes and the heroines.
Oh, now
A
that
new
I'm sitting
era
down.
has begun, he was saying to them. Supplied directly with the golden salvation, forthcoming is the end of our toil. Once enough gold
I got a
for
little too
protecting has
hot,
been
but I
piled and
was so
stored on the
close. I
bureau,
was like, fuck it, just do
the
it.
toil on earth can be diminished. Heroes and
I know
heroines
better.
can return to Nibiru. Thus did Anu the king promise the assembled.
Yeah, it's an illusion.
It's an illusion. A few more shards of toil,
It's an illusion.
homeward bound they shall
Don't pay
be.
attention to the moon. It's an illusion.
With much
And
pomp,
it's
it's
just an illusion that it's cartwheeling.
Pure gold
It's
with
an
him was
illusion.
carried.
You don't know what you're looking at.
His new task, Utu, with cherish performed. Ninurta of Bad Tibara retained command. Marduk did not return to Lamu with his father,
It's an illusion.
or the land as he wished to roam in his skyship to comprehend the earth.
Oh my
said,
God.
fuck it, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to fly around Earth and see if I can go set myself up as a god somewhere, you know? Find myself a fucking primitive people,
Yeah, you gotta love your
technology,
government tax
some
dollars,
knowledge,
right?
have sex with their daughters and set myself up as a god.
I'm always still
There are
up.
things to do.
How you
Now,
doing, Kate? I
this
just
is
got done
what
blowing
these guys
glass.
did, right? Of the Agigi, some on Mars,
I
some
just
on Earth,
got done blowing glass.
Utu was made the commander of. Anu returned to Nibiru.
I don't even know what time it is, but I can tell
He
you.
had great expectations of the leaders on Earth. With renewed vigor, they returned.
I'm gonna leave you all alone to Zach while I go take a fucking shower. I smell like a foot. And good morning from you. Good morning. You wake up to me, fucking my ugly face still fucking sitting here all much grubbier than I was and smelling like a foot. What a way to start Sunday morning. That's great. The fuck time is it? It's 2 o'clock in the morning here. It's an illusion you can all see. I know. What does that even mean? Then he comes off with, oh, it's field rotation. It's a camera setting. Oh my God. You notice he ain't been over here. And you know good and damn well he knows we're over here. Yeah, he's probably over here. We probably have like 9 people in chat and Eric Briggs. And he knows better because he's seen us all over there on the other end. He's like, God, I hate this crowd. Why did I pick this? Why did they put me on this fucking guy? Oh my God. It's okay, Eric. We love you. You just go over there to Scientific League. He'll take care of you. Watch his motion, everything, feel defined, get your heart straight. Damn it. Oh, yeah. Feels good to sit down. I've been busy all day. It's been a busy day for me. For a Saturday. Yeah. Wondering how he's going to make a video to convince old people that the man in the moon should be doing cartwheels. Or that it's illusion or some fucking camera setting. that one, I can see where that one will get people because it sounds fancy and it sounds official and it's really a thing. It's field rotation, but it's telling your camera where to rotate in the field. It's not your neck. It doesn't pertain to human beings at all. But the first time I heard it came out of Daz the cameraman out of New Zealand there, and he made a few videos, field rotation in catfish glass. Go look at him. He uses an airplane flying by it to simulate the moon, and people actually fall for that shit. It's like, uh, have you ever spun circles beside a parked plane? Because that's more like what's going on in our sky. Not a fucking plane taking off over my head. That is not what the moon does every night, for fuck's sake. That's linear motion to begin with. It's nothing to do with, oh my God, celestial mechanics. It has nothing to do with the turning or rotation of Earth. Ah, anyways, yeah, these people think we're all stupid, and I'm glad. Like, I mean, look, the majority of the people on the planet are intelligent enough to fucking grasp the fact that the goddamn man in the moon shouldn't be doing cartwheels. Even Ben Davidson stumbled and stalled and stopped and said, "Well, no, that's not right." Wax to wane every night. So, just depending on how you state it, it's still the same thing. It's either I mean, because we'll see it. Well, you know, when it's like rising a total frown or a total grin or setting, that's an equatorial moon. That means you're on the equator. That's no shit. So that's that's literally what that, and it makes sense because I mean we're coming over the horizon at that at either way at that it fucking it makes sense why it would start out laying down like that because we tilted 66 fucking degrees and we make it roll 180. Uh, God, you know I didn't have any of these answers when I started seeing it was doing that. I'll tell you that much right now. All I had was fear, and I had plenty of it to go around. Oh God, thank you. I couldn't figure out what was going on for the longest time, of course, because we didn't have this information, right? I didn't have it. I sure as fuck didn't have it. Um, and I know I just kept in my heart asking, you know, God, you got to help us all. You got to help us all because this is big. You got to do something. I know that they ain't wrote about you. If there's God, somebody just I figured, you know, I think be thankful for everything I had, and the only thing I'd ever ask for is to help everybody because it ain't just me, and this, and you know, just and then all of a sudden we're seeing. I woke up and read hieroglyphs. Think our prayers were answered. That's the only thing I can keep coming up with. I know how to read them now. I know how I was doing it, but this is definitely by design. This ain't something I've done by myself. This is some works that I never looked for, answers I never looked for. Fucking amazing shit. Yeah, but what are they going to do? Zero in on a moon crater and like distract people from the fact that it's doing cartwheels? Or are they going to be actually addressing the fact that the fucking thing's doing cartwheels? That's because they always have these big events and nobody says a damn word about it. And it drives me nuts. It might, yes, yeah, no, I don't know. And then you'll get told, well, if you want on a program you're watching the moon, you begin, I'll go somewhere else and talk about the moon. Oh, yeah, you could show people the moon and you could mention it at a live event. If it's close to you, Kate, you can do that. That would be a great thing. And don't make no big deal of it, you know. Be like, that ain't supposed to be happening, but I wanted to point out a couple hours later it looks totally different. It sure as hell shouldn't. And people will notice. Like I said, that's something they can't turn off, they can't unfriend, they can't unlike. They go outside and it's there. They're gonna see the shit. It's gonna bug them because now they've noticed. Yeah, I'm trying to pound it into seven. I know I can't do that. That takes us all to do. That's why I'm so well. There's a lot of reasons I'm so adamant that people have to go over there and they got to learn what's over there, and then they got to go over there and talk to Lee, and they got to learn what's in their hearts. If you don't know who your creator, your first creation is, and how grand creation, how are you going to be meek? I found it impossible until I discovered it for myself and proved it in the feral cell. And things changed when I met Mother Earth. What can I say? And it was physics that took me there. And then she introduced me to God. Because I had already given up God. I was having a hard enough time understanding Earth was alive. That one fucking with me for months. Who hasn't seen those videos yet? I was like, oh God, what the fuck is going on? Thought I'd lost my nugget. Really did. I was convinced. I was straight fucking convinced I needed to take a break. I lost my goddamn mind. Reading hieroglyphs and talking to planets all of a sudden. And Bobby was screaming at me I was crazy. I was like, you know what? Just fuck off. Fuck everybody just fuck off. You know, it's I'm telling you, man, if there's anybody that knows waking up is rough, I've been there. I haven't made videos. Jesus. Oh my God. It's an all encompassing reality. How could I not make videos of that process? God, you got to watch that shit. Bobby is crazy. Jesus. He's verified. He went back and oh my God. He went and took pictures of that fucking. I'm sitting here telling you guys exactly how to find it that night. Very next, like, what, an hour later, man, motherfucking, there's his video. And people are sending it to me already. I'm like, no way, dude. If he would have said it naturally, like I speak, like I tell you where the fuck it is or whatever, because I know it because I've seen it with my own eyes in Iswa and verified it. If he had said and not contradicted himself, I'd have believed it because I ain't talked to him in a year. But the way he said it, I was like, oh, I got it. Like I said, I like Butterfly. As far as I know, Butterfly. I thought Bobby was my friend too forever. Uh, Found out different. Like the whole world did. I had never said anything bad about Butterfly, and if you watch his video, he explains where that came from. That came from his own mind. I never said anything bad about her at all, ever, still to this day. And but he did. He came over my channel and called me a shill. And I went back over to his, honestly, before I had even watched the videos that he really made. I was just fucking with a friend that I hadn't talked to in a year. And I went over there and shilled him back. I really did. It's how that happened. And he made a whole video about how I came over and called him a shill. He was pissed. He was like, hey, he came over here and called me a shill. If he calls me a shill, he's calling Butterfly shill. And I ain't gonna let nobody talk about my woman like that. I was like, oh Jesus fucking Christ, he actually made a video of him saying that. And his that was I was like, oh God, there's a condition for that. And I know there is. There's like a mental. I haven't looked it up. There's a. I don't want to know it. I don't know why. But that's he really did that, and you guys were witness to it. I posted the goddamn thing on my video and messages. I was like, look at this guy. Oh my god. Uh, I do too. I do too. But I feel bad for Matt. I do. I do. Man, we talked every day, all day. There's something up his ass, and he named it in all those videos. He kept going right back to Derek, and that's cool. That's why I left that whole group because that whole network is just what it is. Fucking it's poison, and this kind of information can't be messed up. Even I don't care how nice they talk, or talking about the main part of this. The ones that are always mentioned, the trinary, the fucking Oppenheimers, the WSOs, and the Derek Rose. Everybody attached to that. Good night, Dave. Good seeing you here. That triad right there runs an awful big part of the internet. It's Blue Kool-Aid, Bobby, uh, name them. There's a lot of people out there working with that hub. I just, like I said, it's not about viewers. It's about getting to the truth and fucking proving shit and not mixing it up with insanity that I've been fighting against for years, just trying to get people to look at the moon. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You just got up. You got stuff to do. Okay. Yeah, I might be in bed by the time I see you. Speaking of which, let's see what's going on here while I'm sitting here. Holy fuck. I mean, not a big surprise. 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 3 5 3. No, 6 5 2 6 3 5 4. Let me. Oh shit. Okay. 6 5 6 2 6 5. Oh Jesus Christ. 6 3 5 9. Ah, Mama, you've been busy. Knocked off only 2 hours on that. Jesus Christ, people. And nobody told me. Nobody told me I needed to go look at my ISWAs. What's going on here? I need to start looking. All right, ISWA first. So, damn. See, I told you what I tell you this morning on my last video. I said, look at the double induction, and as soon as it starts cooling down, you're going to start seeing big ones. I told you about what time too, and it looks like I hit that, but it responded a little bit stronger than even I expected. So I'm gonna count all of those. Honestly, I mean, they started right when I said it would, right where I said it would in Indo, moved into China, back into Indo, and then all over the fucking East Africa or South Africa or South Atlantic Ridge. God, I can't even talk. Well, I think that would qualify as multiple sixes beyond what we've been seeing of maybe 2 6s a day. That's fuck, man. I didn't even count. That's a lot of sixes. And the entanglement's continuing. See, she's got that fucking push right there, that one that I pointed out. John made a video on. She's been doing it all day. And there's an entanglement right there that she's not letting go. I'm taking this back with you. I'm sorry, folks. I know you can't see this. I'm at least giving you an update. If you should have the ISWA link. If not, here, let me. Ah, jeez. And again, it's not a surprise. It's doing exactly what I said it would do. I just I act like this. I don't. We're at a new plateau. That's all there is to it because we've been hitting multiple sixes for a week now, and now we just had like how many was it? Go ahead and count them. How many was it in the last 8 hours? Okay, 8 hours. We got 1, 2, 3 registered there. 5, 6, 7. 7 and a 5 9. 7 of them over 6. 7 of them at least 6.3 and 1 at 5.9. It's almost 8. I got a feeling it ain't over. Let me look at my plots. Oh, fucking A, we're ringing like a bell. Look, I got the Ray Connor going already, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Spike everywhere, everywhere. Almost, right? -1, -2, -3, 4, 5, 6, 9. So about 75% of all the deal plots actually spiked off the chart right now. And that's a bell ringer, folks. Phone's ringing like a bell. We should be listening to the Tiny Bubbles. I am. Oh my god. I swear to God, I popped on the and Tiny Bubbles just popped in my head. I was like, yeah, right. Singing my song, baby. Well, looks like we're getting into the quickening. When I said once we reach multiple 5.0s, we're going to reach the sixes faster. They'll replace the fives. All of the fives will stay. I'm just saying. This trend keeps up all week. We'll just have to accept the fact that we went within weeks instead of 2 years from when I was telling people this. So that's definitely a quick ending of an uptick. I'll tell you that. But we've only been at fives for multiples, few months. About a year, I guess. A few months we've been having multiple fives a day. But yeah, it wasn't years ago. Um, yeah, we've had a few sixes every day now, and it just keeps getting more and more. So I just, like I said, man, I've been saying for years, look at these fucking holes in this box over here. Those are planets larger than Jupiter. I had no idea how much larger. I just understood what I was looking at. I had no reference for size until you're standing outside looking at the sun and you see a planet fully lit kind of behind it. And it's like, Jesus, that's a big planet. Bigger than Jupiter, all right. It's big. Fucking big. Fucking big. And then and people ask me, how big are the suns? I'm like, they're fucking big. Hey, tell you something, if they're toting around fucking planets like that, they're a fucking big sun. And you can see, and I've been looking for years now, a couple, the same thing we've been looking over here at the weird shit coming out of this side, but it's the sun with that halo. Motherfucker just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year, man. I mean, every time I'm looking at it, it's like, damn, that motherfucker's big. You know what that is, right? That's a shadow of the sun creeping up behind our sun, man. And it's not going to reflect because it's a sun. It's just a different spectrum. It puts out its own light. It's not going to reflect light like the planet would. It's just darker. Horus is going to suck the life out of fucking Set. See, that's the whole thing we're setting up to watch right now. Ra's coming in, going to duke it out. We're gonna carve this shit in rocks. Damn it. Nah, don't fucking touch them rocks. Don't touch them. I can read them good. They don't need to be retouched. We just need to learn how to read them really good. Well, I don't think we're cooling off. We're heating up. The whole solar system's heating up. I imagine it rains in the cooling periods. Yeah. But the cooling period on Earth would mean lower energy. And that's probably why we went into a cooling period, because they told us that they destroyed this planet, not this one. They destroyed a planet and trapped us in the void that it created. And we were on a different sun, and thus we separated from heaven, and heaven was separated from us until we got trapped here. I was like, holy shit. So, man, these guys ain't stupid. That's one thing for sure. But they definitely ain't on our side. They look at us like puppies. The creator of all's come to them in their own visions and told them to get the fuck out of here. They won't. And that's one thing I like about this Lost Book of Inky, because the next couple of times you hear about the creator of all, he's making them save our asses. He's like, look, man, you're not going to do this. You know, and haunting them in their dream, Inky in particular, dreams. And that's who's writing. It's in
Turn to their labor.
It's creeping up like Chuck. No, 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 no. It's shit. But yeah, it knocked us off of the blue sun. That's higher energy. We should be a nice, warm, lush planet, like in the BC era when the dinosaurs and the molecules and everything was big. That's how it'll be again. That's how Mom acts in a high UV sun. We'll get bigger. Everything will get bigger again. Some species might not come back. I don't know. They might not. We'll see. They say every man are a beast, so it might get exciting. We might have T Rex as a pet. Like I said, I keep saying I've never seen this before, but I'm leaving the door open because I understand the energy transfer is going to be crazy when we're on Ra. It's not something we're going to be used to. It's nothing to be afraid of. We're designed for it. Yeah. She's that's her son. She doesn't operate right. She can't provide abundance until she's back in that higher energy. Yeah, the cooling. I said about evening time, around between 6 and 8. I mean, it's 2 o'clock now, but do the math. I was, yeah. This has been going on for a while I've been doing the live show anyway. But see, I'll tell you why the quakes are going to happen, where they're going to happen, about how big they're going to be. Like I said, I didn't expect all those sixes, but I knew they were going to pop off some. Um, I'll tell you why they're going to happen. And well, you can do what Dutch does. You know, you can sell hot sauce, but you don't need him. You don't need me. That's the whole. That's where I'm at. I want to. take you right every step of the way and show you how I'm doing it. The fucking pattern in my Quake map, yeah, it was a valuable tool when I could really read it, but it'd take you a couple of days to figure out the pattern in it now. It took a couple of days to figure out the pattern in it when it was showing 24 hours of maps or quakes on the map. There wasn't even that many so long ago. I remember when it's been a while since that fucking map has shown 24 hours. It's been almost a year now. That map's been down below 24 hours. Yeah. Like, when it first did it, I was like, are they going to fix it? And it's been down to 2 or 3 hours before. They just got a limit on how many quakes they'll report at a time, and that's it. Like, Jesus. I've seen it down to 2 hours. It freaked me out. That was when the caldera was going off out there in the Long Valley. But oh boy, man, fucking 2 hours. I was freaking out. I was like, holy shit! And it was all California. I'm surprised y'all still alive out there in California. Crazy. Good, yeah, and that's what I want for you. I'm glad you are. Looking up stuff for yourself is very important. Knowledge like this doesn't come cheap, I guess. You know, you actually got to go out and know it. It's that important. It's something we were teaching our children, of course. That's what all those temples are about around the globe with all our writings that they didn't understand. We were teaching ourselves how to be us. We weren't hiding it. That's for sure. Fuck, I would have never seen it if we were hiding it. They tried to hide it and accentuated it for me. Really? I could tell which ones we wrote and which ones we didn't. And that's a cool thing because I had never even correlated that with the cuneiform until this last round of listening to it. I was like, oh my God. Ding, ding, duh. Anyway, I'm going to take a shower while Josh.
Gold began to quickly amass.
We're having
Thereby,
some interaction
the Anunnaki believed they were going to be
the
homeward bound quicker. It says both, just, words in a weird way, but that's what they're saying. That, alas, was not what came to pass. And the Abzu relief, not continued toil, was the Anunnaki's expectation. Now that the Earthlings are proliferating, let them provide the labor. So were the Anunnaki and the Abzu saying. In the Eden, the tasks were greater. More abodes, more provisions were required. For primitive workers, to the Abzu, they were confined. In the Eden, the heroes clamored. For 40 shars, only relief the Abzu provided. The heroes in the Eden shouted, our toil has increased beyond endurance. Let up.
The volume of complaints I was getting about the volume of videos I had was too much. It was taking hours to talk to people and tell them which ones to skip. I was like, you know what? Just fucking over it. So I figured out something else. I finally figured out how to make another. I was like, fuck, man. And I went and I verified this one. I can do stuff on this page I can't do on the other one.
Us have the workers too.
I haven't got myself a little picture over here.
Debating the matter,
I got a picture.
Took the decision into his own hands.
I got a picture.
With 50 heroes, he led an expedition to the Abzu. They were armed with weapons.
I know.
In the
I
forest
just had
and the
to figure
steppes
out
of
a
the
better way to
Abzu,
do
they
it. It was
chased
so
the earthlings.
aggravating. I was ready to
They
strangle
captured
people.
them with nets,
Anybody came along.
male and female, and brought them to the Eden. They made them do all
Still
manner
might.
of chores in the orchards in the cities, and trained them. Enlil was angered by these doings. Enlil was enraged. My expelling of Adamu and Tiamat, Adam and Eve, you have overturned. So Enlil said to Ninurta, let the mutiny once in the Abzu occurring not in the Eden be repeated. With the earthlings in the Eden, the heroes have been calmed. A few more shars, it will no longer matter, Enlil said to Ninurta. Enlil was not appeased with the grumbling. He said, let it so be, to his son. Let the gold pile up quickly. Let us all soon return to Nibiru. In the Eden, the Anunnaki and the Earthlings were observing the Earthlings with admiration. They possessed intelligence, and of commands they had understanding. They took over all manner of chores, unclothed they were for the tasks that they were performing. Males with females among them were constantly mating, and quick were their proliferations. They're just, doing work and fucking sounds familiar, didn't it? That's what they get us to do. Go to work, fuck, go to work, fuck, go to work, fuck, go to work, fuck. No wonder that's all we do. In one shar, sometimes 4, sometimes more were their generations. As the earthlings grew in numbers, the workers that the Anunnaki had, with the food, the Anunnaki were not satiated. In the cities and in the orchard, in the valleys and in the hills, the earthlings for food were constantly foraging. In those days, grains had not yet been brought forth. There was no ewe, a lamb had not been fashioned yet. So they're basically saying here that they were genetically responsible for creating, the animals that we use for food. That's an interesting thought. About these matters, Enlil was saying angry words to Enki. By your doings, confusion was created. You must devise a salvation. So that stops there. Now, this is the account of how civilized man was brought about. Now, this is going to get really juicy and interesting here, folks. How by a secret of Enki, Adapa and Titi in the Eden were brought forth. By the proliferation of the earthlings, Enki was pleased. He was also worried. The lot of the Anunnaki was greatly eased. Their discontent was diminished. By the proliferation, the Anunnaki shunned the toil. The workers were becoming serfs. For 7 shars, the Anunnaki's lot was greatly eased. Diminished was their discontent. By the proliferation of the earthlings and how fast they were growing, the food was insufficient. In 3 more shars of fish and fowl, there was a shortage. What by itself rose, Anunnaki and earthlings did not satiate. In his heart, Enki was scheming a new undertaking to create a civilized mankind that he had conceived in his heart. Grains that are sown by them be cultivated. Ewes that become sheep, let them shepherd. In his heart, Enki was scheming a great undertaking and contemplating how to attain it. The primitive workers in the Abzu he observed for this scheme. The earthlings in the Eden, in the cities, and in the orchards, he considered. What were the tasks made them suited? By what life essence has not been combined? The offspring of the earthlings he observed. An alarming matter he noticed. By their repeated copulations back toward their wild forebears, they were degraded. They're de-evolving with each successive generation. Enki looked about the marshlands. He sailed on the rivers and observed. It was only him and his vizier. He kept secrets. On the river's bank, bathing and frolicking earthlings, he noticed. 2 females among them were wild with beauty. Firm were their breasts. The sight that the phallus of Enki caused to water, their sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. That's some funny shit, dude. I told you guys. 5,000-year-old alien porn is just great. So he rolls up and sees these chicks and their tits out bathing in the water, and he just nuts himself right there. I mean, that's what it says. He saw him, was like, just auto rubbed one out just right there, dude. Their sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. I'd like to hear Captain Kirk say that line. The sight caused the phallus of Enki to water. A burning desire he had. Shall I not kiss the young ones? Enki was asking. I will row the boat for you to kiss the young ones, Izimud said to Enki. Enki stepped onto dry land. A young one, Enki called to him, a tree from the fruit she offered him. Enki bent down to the young one and embraced her and kissed her lips. Lips, sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. The second young one called to him. She offered him berries from the field. Enki bent down and embraced her and kissed her on the lips. Sweet were her lips, firm with ripeness were her breasts. This guy didn't waste any time, man. Rolls up, sees him, kisses on the lips, and just proceeds to pouring the semen. Not squirting it or spurting it, just straight pouring it, as if Enki's just rolling around with like pitchers full of sperm. Dude, here, I'm going to pour this shit in you, girl. Bend over. I mean, that's fucking dirty. Into her womb he poured his semen. In a mating he knew her. Into her womb she took the holy semen. By the semen of the Lord Enki she was impregnated. Stay with the young ones and ascertain whether or not their pregnancies come about, Enki said to Vizier. Izimud sat down by the young ones. By the 4th count, their bulges appeared. By the 10th count, the 9th having been completed, the first young one squatted and gave birth. By her, a male child was born. The second young one squatted and gave birth. By her, a female child was born. At dawn and dusk, on the same day, the two were born. So one was born at dawn, the other at dusk. The gracious ones, dawn and dusk, thereafter in legends they were known. In the 93rd shard, the 2 that were fathered by Enki were born in the Eden. Word of the births Izimud quickly brought to Enki. By their births, Enki was ecstatic. Whoever has known such a thing? Between Anunnaki and Earthling, conception was attained. Civilized man I have brought into being. That's an important distinction, you know. That's where the whole thing with the Nephilim and stuff comes in. Anunnaki created man. They did genetic manipulation to create a worker race. Then after the worker race had been, basically multiplying itself, Enki steps in, gets 2 of these pregnant, and then that's where you had the first real crossbreeding come in. A lot of people forget that. It seems that, according to the Anunnaki, we're a result of not just a genetic creation, but then a crossbreeding between them after the creation took place. A lot of times people leave that out. I think it's a very, very important thing to understand. It's not just that they created us through genetic manipulation. Now, once they created us, they had sex with us and made a crossbreed. Civilized man I have brought into being. Enki gave instructions to Izimud. A secret my deed must remain. Let the newborns be suckled by their mothers. Therefore, after that, bring them into my household. Among the bulrushes and reed baskets I have found them. Thus to all you will say, by their mothers, the newborns they were suckled and nurtured. To Enki's household in the Ridu, Izmid brought the children. Enki took the families took a liking to the foundlings as her own children and raised them. Adapa, the foundling, the boy she called, Titi, one with life, the girl she named. Unlike all other earthling children, the twosome were. Slower to grow up than earthlings they were, much quicker in understanding. They were endowed with intelligence. They were capable of speaking with words. Beautiful and pleasant was the girl, and her hands were greatly dexterous. Ninki, the spouse of Enki, to Titi took a liking. All manner of crafts to her she was teaching. To Adapa, Enki himself gave the teachings. How to keep records he was instructing him in. The achievements with pride Enki to Izimid was showing. A civilized man I have brought forth. A new kind of earthling from my seed has been created in my image and after my likeness. Go. Man was created in God's image. There you go. From seed, they will grow food. From ewes and sheep, they will shepherd. Anunnaki and earthlings henceforth shall all be satiated. Enki sent word to Enlil, and from Nibiru to the Eridu, Enlil came. In the wilderness, a new kind of earthling has come forth, to Enlil, Enki was saying. Quick of learning they are, knowledge and craft work to them can be taught. Let us bring down seeds to be sown from Nibiru. Let us bring ewes that sheep can come from Nibiru to earth and deliver them. Let us the new breed of earthlings farming and shepherding teach. Let the Anunnaki and earthlings together satiated be, so Enki was saying to Enlil. Akin to us Anunnaki in many ways, indeed they are, Enlil said to his brother. A wonder of wonders it is, in the wilderness by themselves they have come about. Izimud was summoned. Among the bulrushes and the reed baskets I found them, he said. Enlil pondered the matter with graveness. With amazement, his head he shook. Indeed, a wonder of wonders it is. A new breed of earthling on earth has emerged. A civilized man has the earth itself brought forth. Farming and shepherding, craft and tool making he can be taught. Let us send word of the new breed to Anu, Enki said to Enlil.
Fucking Cain and Abel,
of the
right?
new breed, word was being from to Anu on Nibiru. Let seeds that can be sown and sheep come to earth, he said. And so Enki did make a suggestion, and so Enki and Enlil to Anu made the suggestion. Mm-hmm. By civilized man, let Anunnaki and earthlings become satiated. Anu heard the words and was amazed by them. Mm-hmm. That by life essences one kind to another leads is not unheard of. To them he sent word back that on earth a civilized man from the Adamu so quickly appeared, that is unheard of. For sowing and husbanding great numbers are needed. Perchance the beings are unable to proliferate.
He didn't know about whole Enki and his habits.
My spot. Scroll down too far. Give me just a second. While the savants on Nibiru contemplated the matter, in Eridu, occurrences of import took place. Adapa, in a mating,
Yes,
Titi
it
knew
is.
into her womb.
That's the
He
picture
poured
I
his
had.
semen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. More semen pouring
I
going
said,
on.
wait a minute.
More crossbreeding going on. There was conception. There was birth giving.
We
To
got-
twins, 2 brothers, Titi gave birth. Word of the birth to Anu was beamed to Nibiru. The twosome for conception are compatible. Proliferation by them can occur. Let on earth farming and shepherding begin. Let us all be satiated. So Enki and Enlil on Nibiru did say to Anu, let
give us
Titi and Eridu
domesticated
remain.
grains.
The newborns are to be suckled and nurtured. Let Adapa, the earthling, to Nibiru be brought. Anu did declare his decision.
Mhm.
So that's the end of the 7th tablet. We'll read the synopsis of the 8th
He
tablet. We'll
wants
get
to
into
see
that
this
next time on the
miracle of
broadcast.
Adapa.
This is the synopsis of the 8th tablet.
Modern
Adapa's wide
man.
understanding amazes Nibiru's savants. On Anu's orders, Adapa is brought to Nibiru, an Earthling's first ever space journey. Enki reveals Adapa's parenting truth to Anu, and Enki justifies his deed by the need for more food. Adapa is sent back to start farming and shepherding. Enlil and Enki create crop seeds and sheep lines. Ninurta teaches Ka in crop cultivation. Marduk teaches Abel shepherding and tool making. Fighting over water, Cain strikes and kills Abel. Cain and Abel, Cain and Abel, Kain and Abel. Yeah. Cain and Abel, there you go. Cain is tried for murder, sentenced to exile. Adapa and Titi have other offspring who intermarry. On his deathbed, Adapa blesses his son Saiti as his heir. A descendant, Enkimine, is taken from Marduk to Lamed. So
Gotta love this stuff.
crazy stuff there. And wow, getting more into the genetic manipulation. And apparently, that's where we start to see the problem. The original, a lot of times historians and researchers don't specify this. They created the original workers to mine the gold. That was it. Enki found them beautiful and decided to do some crossbreeding, have a little fun, get his dick wet, and boom, then you apparently have modern, what we call modern civilized human beings.
This is almost the end of this
I
one.
don't know what makes it so civilized, but that's what they say. But, and apparently, as the story goes, they ordered man to be wiped out, and it didn't happen. So it seems that we're just here as a result of a bunch of these, aliens from some other civilization just dicking around, rolling dice, and now we're here. That's just great, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Well, that's going to do it for the show tonight. Please support our work if you can. Thanks so much to everybody who has supported us.
Yep. It'll be changing position with the moon
let Adapa
too.
the Earthling be brought
As
to
it turns, you
Nibiru.
bet. It's the whole sky.
Anu declare.
It's the whole sky. So we'll pick that up tomorrow. Absolutely. Mars is going to turn with the moon. Good eye there, Ken. You can tell you're watching. It's good shit. Once you see it with your own eyes and you realize what you're looking at, it's just hard to unsee, isn't it? You just can't do it. You just can't unsee the moon doing cartwheels. I don't care how you explain it, the damn thing ain't normal. We turned on our side for sure. That's what caused it. But it's definitely doing acrobatics up there that we ain't seen. I feel very comfortable saying it's doing a cartwheel. They couldn't get to some of those locations. No, Valerie. Obviously no. I'm gonna have to look at. I did a video one time. I remember doing it. Explaining how that happened. That it came about. No, they didn't get into a lot of different parts. They've been guardianed out, um, beat back by those guardians. Um, they have bases, and they even tell us in their cuneiform where they had to go around existing tunnels to avoid what was going on. They're already admitting to playing cat and mouse. Uh, so you got to keep in mind this is the writing of the victor. They're going to give it to you, but they ain't going to give it to you straight. They never do. So you got to pick out of it what you can with the context you have. And the better context you have, the more you're going to pick out of this shit. I can tell you that from experience. Um, like I said, the last time I listened to any of this, um, I was, I had never read a hieroglyph yet, you know, and then I started going into Egypt and learning that, oh my God, I've been looking in the wrong spot for since I got online because I've been looking at Bible canon. I continue the tradition of ignoring ancient Egypt. I was after that Bible. I was after the canon. Then after I found it and got over what it was, I said, "Fuck, okay." I really got into it, and as much as I was into it, I didn't get anything out of it compared to what I did even just this last time I listened to it with y'all. Like, holy fuck, did you hear that? It's just really you got to have the context. It's amazing without a man telling you without even have heard of this maybe your first time. It's still amazing to hear these stories and know how old they are. As these things are old. I can vouch for old. I don't know how many thousands of years. I'm not even sure if they know. I mean, the historians, anyways. Yeah, I do. And look, there's a lot of. I keep saying there's so much information in some of those older videos. The and then sums, man, those and then sums are really and then some, yeah, something. Each one of them is a little jewel of stuff that's been lost or not known, whatever, for a long time. And I do. I take you right through. I show you how to make black holes. I've done a couple of those. And once we finally figured out what was going on, man, I just went nuts. I was like, oh dear, looky here. And I saw the feral cells. Oh my goodness. Uh, Scientifically. The tattooed monkey, of course. Can never forget tattooed monkey. I used some of his video that isn't even in existence anymore. He's taken down those videos about black holes and went because he got compromised. Period. Tattooed monkeys, compromised Mr. Man. And he even made videos that explained his compromisedness. And I judged from his actions because I got the whole black hole thing from him. And I use his video. And then that motherfucker, he'll go back right now. If you go over to his channel, he'll tell you it's a mass. It's created by a massive flap star. It is not how a black hole is created at fucking all. And he knows that just as well as I do. I got a good filing cabinet up here. I guess. I don't know. Sometimes I do. I do spin out. I'm like, you just saw me a little bit ago. I was so hot I couldn't even think. I was just hot. I don't know. Maybe I push out some as I'm putting in stuff. I don't know. I'd never remember if I forgot, would I? I don't know. I do have an uncanny memory for things I've seen, and they'll come out of nowhere to make a connection. Sometimes it's like, holy, I just know too much. I've said that I read too much. I've said that for years. No, Planet Nine's not a black hole. Planet Nine's a distraction. In the clouds, Kim, and what's his name was Mr. 333. Did he do one where he showed it from space? Because if that's one you're talking about, yes, I saw it. I did a video on it. Showed you in a ferrule cell what was going on with two handheld magnets. Sure did. And I've been telling people before that even happened what to look for. And then boom. I don't think it was even 3 days after I had made my first video on black holes. Told people, I said, start looking. We should be making little black holes here. So, bing, there's one. I'll be damned if I can remember what I named it. I've made a lot of videos, you know. I can't think of what I named it, though. It's one with a barrel cell in it. Awesome barrel cell demonstration, too. So it'd be hateful to miss it. Fucking beautiful. No, Planet Nine is like Josh was saying. They depicted all of our planets back in Sumir, and then they had the 2 extra planets, and I'm all like, that's not 2 extra planets. That's the other 2 suns. They just didn't have. They represented the other 2 suns, and this is the trapped solar system that they're working. That's what that is. It's Ra and Horus. We drew it better and more technical in ancient Egypt than Sumer. That's for sure. And they'll tell you in the Q&A form, they didn't know what we were writing. They took on the personification of these people like Ra and made them gods, deities. That's how Marduk become Ra. And they're going to tell us about this here coming up probably tomorrow in the Lost Book of Enki, where boy, that started some shit with Marduk doing that. He took on Ra and he took on all this winged serpent and all that over in Peru. It tells about his world tour and then how he had all of us all in an uproar and then they killed us all. It's like, fuck, dude. because they were trying to beat up Marduk, but they didn't. They never. Nobody tried to kill fucking Marduk. You'll hear this shit. It's if you haven't, it's a story to listen to. They just keep killing us. They really have no regard for us except for getting that fucking what they want out of us. And like I keep saying, the creator of all comes in there and haunts them. Like, man, we need to get the fuck off this planet and give it back to these people. And they just simply never have. So that's where we come in right now. And the creator's kind of tired of asking. Yeah, it happened a few months ago, right? Lady was taking pictures of it from the bottom, of course, on the ground. And Mr. 333 was pointing it out from the satellite view. It's really there. And it looks just like it does in a feral cell. And it's exactly what I showed you it is. There ain't no question in my head why is the big fucking black hole in the middle? Because there's a bunch of magnets around that motherfucker. That's why. Why are the little black holes in binary systems? Because there's only a couple of magnets locally in that fucking region. So it works great. It's fucking amazing what a black hole is. I made videos, so go check them out. I am hitting the bed. You guys have a good evening. It is now 3:11, and this one's been going for 6 hours 47 seconds. I think it's like video 3 or 4 already on the new page today. Go check out my other one because I did make some soup, and it is good. It is a good soup. So y'all have a good evening. I am tired. Bye, Homer.